Sunday, December 23rd. I am Chrysochorus.
I am solving problems.
And I'm Hefrog.
And we have a whole set to get through today. Friends Forever is here. Time to rate it.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards.
But about 141, 142, something like that.
Yeah, it's 141, I believe.
Alrighty. So, just like we saw 2 weeks ago from the Counter Magic guys, we're going to go through every single one and tell you how we think the meta is going to turn out. Core, of course, not Harmony.
Yeah.
And so just to quickly go over again what our rating system looks like. We're going to be going from 1 to 5. And remember that we're talking about which cards we think are going to show up in the metagame, which cards are going to be in top decks, etc., etc. So 1, meaning that the card is not going to see any play. 2, meaning that the card is probably going to get toyed around with early on, but as the set goes on, isn't going to get played anymore. 3, meaning that the card is going to have a place and might show up like from time to time if the meta goes in a particular direction or etc. But it's not always going to be up the top. 4, to say that it's going to always be there in all the decks that win the tournaments, and or at least finish highly. And 5 are the cards that everyone's going to be complaining about when it's time for the new set to show up, essentially.
I wouldn't say complaining, but
Comparing to.
Sorry?
Hello? Withrock, you still there?
yeah, like, I wouldn't say complaining still.
Well, not always complaining, but sometimes complaining.
Shall we start then?
Yeah, sounds good. And Kirst might have just cut out because internet problems.
Yeah, he mentioned that if he drops out, we can just talk how wrong he is and proceed without him.
So, Gallus, the blue main.
Yes.
I think he is a 2. Myself.
I think
by
he's
the
a
way,
3.
Yeah, sorry, Solving. You do have your ratings written down somewhere, right?
No, because I could not edit the spreadsheet, and then I forgot about it.
All right, that's fine. I'll take yours down.
If you give me editing rights, I will put my ratings in as we go through.
Okay, hang on a second here. Let me see if I can do that for you. Oh,
I
that's
think you
fine.
edited the wrong cell.
I'll just do it. Oh, that's right. Yes, sorry. I'll take care of it for you then. Don't worry.
Okay.
Gallus 2. Gotcha. Yeah, I have him up at 4 actually. Yeah.
What makes you think that?
I think there's like he's a really versatile main. I was able to put a deck together at aggro and one at control, and I think honestly he can farm a little bit too. And then there's also Griffin Tribal to consider as well, which I think is not a bad deck either. There are enough things that he fits in that I think one of them's probably going to make it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle. I put him at 3. I don't think he's like that good, but I think he's good enough so people will play him. But like I tried Gallus Control, and I didn't really like it for some multiple reasons. I haven't tried aggro, but I'm not sure how exactly Gallus aggro would work. Like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of aggro face-off tricks. I don't know, maybe Gallus aggro is good, but I wasn't very impressed with control. That's why
I found it wasn't so much like an aggro deck that's built around scoring lots of points with Gallus, but instead You just do it from time to time. And besides that, it's a relatively straightforward blue.
Yeah, but then again, you can just use some other main, which benefits you way more than just a couple of points. Like, I do think that Gallus is the main you build your deck around.
Sure.
Because I think my issue with the card is I look at it and go, okay, if I want to do aggro, I may as well be doing some sort of all-in thing with Bluna or something with Scootaloo. And if I want to do sort of points-earning synergy, we literally had a card that did that last set. And does it pretty well.
All right.
So it just feels like he's stuck as a middle ground between two things that are specialist. And that's why I'd put him at 2. Like, people give it a try and just go, nah, I'll just run Bluna, or nah, I'll just run, you know, some other main, etc.
Sure.
I do hope I'm wrong, though. I like this main.
Oh, yeah, I'd like it to be good. I just feel like it's stuck in an awkward spot.
Right, next.
Next up.
Smolder. Also free from me. For the explanation when he's a free, I think Smolder is pretty good, but like if we go by the scale that like consistent top tier play, I don't think Smolder is that good.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, like Orange has no like mains really after a J ban, so like Smolder can be a generic main that you just play with.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say Smolder's a 3, even though if Orange had mains like Blue did, it would be at 2 as well. But because Orange's main pool isn't as strong, thanks to Applejack's banning, this is the kind of card that could really get used.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing really bad about it. It's fine.
I agree with y'all on 3. I think there is like kind of a sort of tier 3-ish deck there that works around, like that is good in certain metas, but she's never going to be good all the time. And so it kind of depends how the rest of the set shakes out, I think.
I think Dragon Deck is pretty good. Like I can see Dragon Deck working well. And Smolder is a dragon.
What kind of Dragon Deck?
Troublemaker control-ish?
Right.
I guess that's mostly what dragons do, and they're pretty good. Like, there's a lot of good dragon cards out there, which we will get to. So I think like Smolder can work out pretty well. Like, I wouldn't go put him as low as tier 3-ish. Like, I think there would be at least a tier 2 deck with Smolder.
Alright, that's fair.
That's my opinion.
It just cries against aggro, because it's like, oh, I got +2.
Next up.
I mean, Smolder's like, then again, there's no, like, what else would you run as an orange main? I guess you could go purple, but...
Yeah, you might just main your secondary color instead, just because orange doesn't have anything you want, main-wise.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, next one.
Yep.
Next one?
Yeah. Cursed, do you want to start?
I guess he can't.
He can't hear us. Yeah,
So
okay.
I'll start.
There is a
no,
back.
there we go.
There is a back. Okay. Solving what? Sorry, what was your number solving?
Mine's 4. Because it's in a similar situation to Smolder, where white doesn't really have a defined main, and this is just good. And I think it's a little better than Smolder, because having a main that's just like, yeah, I can be 10 power. It isn't anything to scoff at.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm at 3. All of the mains are free so far. Actually, all of the mains are free for me. Like, this is more or less like, I'm not sure if there's a room for white farming. I didn't think about that far. But like for an aggro white main, there's already Octavia, and I guess Ocelus builds as a different aggro deck from Octavia. Like you can build Ocelus white yellow quite easily. But I still think like there are better things out there.
You see, I think the difference between the idea of building around
Yeah.
Octavia and Ocellus is with Ocellus you can be like, cool, I'm playing an aggro deck, so I'm going to have better than cost friends, full stop. Oh, my god.
There aren't that many friends that do that, and you want to play them as well. Like, if you're going to build Ocellus, you still have to think about her ability.
You can literally make any token. There's quite a long list of things that like just enable her ability. Whereas with Octavia, you quite literally like have to go all in, because if you don't, you're kind of just wasting your main. And that's why I think Ocellus has more potential, just because it's like, all right, cool, I've got this fairly good base white X aggro deck, and it's like, oh yeah, Ocellus. You can just sort of be at the forefront of it. Whereas you can't just go, oh yeah, Octavia. Wait, no, now that means I want to put this in, and I want to put this in, and I want to put this in. Sort of thing.
That's fair.
Do I get a chance to say something? Sorry, I've been disjointed. I'm a 4 as well. Sorry, am I still there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. It's okay. Anyway, yeah, it's for me. It does come down to that choice of Octavia versus Ocellus 2, and honestly, they both can kind of use the same white changeling cards that we got. Like they actually work pretty well in both decks. So, I mean, honestly, I think it's Ocellus' main big thing is just that she works with Timble. It's just like, okay, she is a changeling, and she works with that point acceleration card. And that's like her main edge over Octavia in that deck, I think.
Fair enough.
I'm not that convinced of her.
Fair enough.
But I never said I'm good at this, so... Okay, Silverstream?
Right. So this is our one deviation from doing everything in order. We're doing all the mains first, just because they kind of matter a lot. So in the case of Silverstream, I gave her a 3, just because I tried to make the deck work, and I'm not entirely convinced she's gonna dethrone all the other pink stuff that was going on in the last set and be good enough.
I think I'll give it a 3 because I'm on the fence of I legit just don't know. I just legitimately have no idea. It's super tough to call.
I'm giving her 3 because she's a great main against aggro, but not against aggro. You'd rather have, like, I don't know, Skystar in pink. So there's that. That's my opinion on her. That's why she also gets a 3. Like, it's a main which is like the card that you have only one of in your deck, which you will always have in your field, and like, you don't want to be that card to be good against only one archetype. That's my take on her.
Yeah. So all in agreement then. 3s across the board.
Okay.
Next card?
Sure. Move us on into the friends.
Draft shaft next.
Yeah,
one. Moving on.
Yeah, I think, am I free to just give you a 1 here, Solly?
Yeah. It's just a draft card if you need it next, sort of thing.
Even in draft, like, it's 3 AT for 2 power. And Swift is kinda nice, but still.
If you need it.
Yeah, it's an entry, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Daybreaker.
A super rare.
A super rare. I give her a 4. Scoring points for any face-offs is really nice, and unlike Scootaloo, she's costs 3, not 4, which is way better than Scootaloo. The white-blue Scootaloo from Defenders. And she has competitive 3, so winning face-offs with her is quite easy. I think she'll see some play. And by some I mean consistent play, because I rated her at 4.
Right. So for me, it was kind of interesting. I actually have her at a 2, and it's not because I don't think the card is good. I actually think the card's very good. The problem was when putting the decks together, I had a hard time justifying her over Night Glider. I had a hard time finding decks where I would run this and not just, well, why don't I run that Night Glider instead? Yeah, it's 2 points for a slightly smaller, like slightly harder to get them. But yeah, I think she's kind of in Night Glider's shadow right now.
I'm going to go for 3 because I feel like some decks might want extra copies of Night Glider, and this will just be it.
Yeah, like if.
But it's like I feel like at most it'll be like a 1 or 2 of because Night Glider exists.
If
Like
you
that.
have it,
Go ahead.
yeah, if you have a deck that can consistently get other kinds of face-offs, because there's only problem face-offs, then yes, Daybreaker is better. So clearly she goes in farm if there's some kind of farm around that does that. I don't know if that deck exists though.
Maybe you could put her in a Gallows deck with tough questions?
Tough questions is definitely a possibility, yes, if some blue-white thing emerges.
I think the important part here, unlike Night Glider, she has a free power. And free power disables a lot of things. Like Nupcakes. Or Stop Fighting. Or other things.
But you can't play Herd of Adoring Fans on it. Oh, that's cost. But you still can't. For that weird tricolor deck out there. Anyway.
I mean, yeah, if we had like a scale between 3 and 4, I would put it there, I guess. But I'm still more inclined to 4 than 3.
Fair enough.
But did I see a number for you? I missed your number on Daybreaker solving.
Oh, 3, because I feel like it might be a 1 or 2 of if it does get played.
Okay, move on.
Gallows.
He feels like a solid 2.
Yeah, I'm at 2 as well. I think it's a hasty friend. Bluna always likes those.
Yeah. It's just like, a thing with hasty, let's give it a go. Probably not.
That's a reasonable point. I don't know. I think there's enough hasty things around. It's like, yeah, this card's really close to being over a 1, but I'm still going to give it a 1, I think. Just because it sits in that beautiful spot. Like the 3/3/1 rec spot is really important because everyone's going to be running Lacking Lesson Plans. But I don't know.
But there's Greta.
I don't think this card goes in the Griffin deck. I tried building it, and there's enough other good things to use. And I think that was like the one spot where it really, really wanted to be. So.
Okay, next. Ganon. I'm giving him a 3. Because it's an entry which has competitive, which can, like, if we compare it to other entry, I think the only good alternative there is tank. I can see why some decks would want to run this over tank. Because some decks do run tank, which need blue entry. And that's why I'm giving him a 3.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I looked at this and went, yeah, this seems like some decks will just randomly want it, so it's kind of a 3, isn't it? What has Cursed give it? A 1.
A 1. Yes.
Oh, mean.
Yeah, I'm being a little bit mean to the blue entry, and admittedly, competitive one's not bad. Now that I think about it, maybe it's a little bit more, but still, I think like blue's set up already in terms of what it wants to run right
Okay.
now.
Is there much other than Loyal Pony?
Well, there's the Griffin that we're going to get to, Greta.
Yeah, but she's not
And
blue entry. What if blue is not your primary color?
blue is not your primary color. Yeah, like it's weird because there's train traditions, and there's like fire, and there's barrel, etc., etc. Like lately, I've not been. I've been using other ways to get to my secondary color lately.
Yeah, that's fair.
Although to be fair, based on like what I know I'm going to do for Thunderlane, maybe I ought to give this card a little bit more respect.
Okay, next.
Sure.
Garrett, traffic congestion. Congestion? That's a hard word
Congestion.
to pronounce.
Yes. Sorry. It's congestion.
Seems like a fairly solid 1. He's cool, but I think he has a bit too slim of application.
Yeah, like it's 1 for 1, and like, yeah, it can get a lot of competitive, but he doesn't help you confronting problems.
Yeah. Yeah, for some Griffin deck that like in order for this to work, you kind of have to know that you're going to be starting to face off this turn. And that's trickier to do.
Yep, and after that he's useless. But at least he costs 1 and doesn't flip for 1, which is good as well. But yeah, I still think he won't see play. Okay, next.
Yep.
Next up.
Greta. I have her at 3, but I guess she's probably 4 because she's basically a Loyal Pony next level.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Like, you already have Loyal Pony.
It's true, but it kind of depends on how much you think Lacking Lesson is going to be around. Like this is the card that turn 2 confronts your Lacking Lesson plans and then flips your main over.
Okay, yeah, like you probably run this for lacking lesson plans, but then again there's a stick that lets you confront lacking lesson plans. There's Flaming Flam, which is any entry and also lets you confront lacking. Like there's a lot of things that let you do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's stick, there's Flaming Flam, there's Aloe, and certain colors get to run others. Blue gets to run this, white gets to run Rarity, etc. And I think that most of the time blue wants to run this instead of one of those. Obviously not instead of stick. Everyone's going to run stick if they can, but over Aloe, over Flim Flam, I think. Well, probably over Aloe. Blue runs this card instead.
Yeah, I guess. Again, it's one of those cards that, like, if there was a choice, like, in between 3 and 4, I would put it there.
Yeah. I think I'd put it at 3, though. I have less faith in it than Cursed.
Okay, that's fine. It's also because I think blue is honestly a really scary color. Notwithstanding all the ones that I've given it so far, I think blue is a set.
Okay, next. Lightning Dust. She is a 2 for me, because I think people will try her and then won't do anything with her again.
Yeah. It's a card that looks like it has a lot of potential, but I don't think it does anything yet. So I'd solidly put it in 2.
Now, for me, it's a 1 just because I look at it and say Flash Magnus is just better, and I think that's pretty clear. And so any deck that I can think of maybe using her just uses him instead.
I mean, he's more expensive, but I think the main issue with like Lightning Dust is 2 for 2, which is fine, and like Swift Agile is also a nice combination. I think the major problem for this card is its requirement. Like, if she had a way lower requirement, then I think she would still be 2. I don't know. But the requirement just ruins it for me completely.
It's tough though, because like Swift and Agile together is really powerful, basically. Like you don't want just any color to be able to use that.
Yeah, I think like for Swift Agile, 2 power is also not significant enough, but if you're like playing orange, you can put power counters on her, and suddenly you can move quite a big amount of power around, which is your point with Flash Magnus.
Yeah. Like I think 3 is the breaking point where like Agile on a 3 power friend is good, Agile on a 2 power friend isn't that good. And that's the Swift obviously just makes it even worse.
Yeah, that's fair. Next.
Yep.
Scuttle, here's our little Bluna. Almost.
Just for Pegasi.
Yeah, but also to any problem.
Yeah, you don't have to go where it was played. Just move it.
You can even move her home if you want.
Perfect.
Anyway, I've got her on as a 2. I think the Pegasus deck might consider her for a little while, but I think there are better things to do.
I'd put it at 3 just because I feel like there's already quite a lot of good Pegasi out there, so that you could kind of just chuck it into an already known deck and it could be good.
I put her at 2. I like there are, as Cursor said, there are better things you can do for 2 ET in blue, I think.
Fair enough.
On to orange?
Yep. Apple Bloom. Hold your horses.
This card's really interesting. Because for me, it basically, I think it comes down to how good you think the Earth Pony deck is going to be. And I think it's there, and this card's a big reason why it's there. But I don't think it's quite tier 1. So this deck's this meta is gonna be awash with other kinds of aggro and really hard control, and so I'm willing to give her a 3, but nothing more.
I think for me it's a 2 because I just don't think what she wants exists yet. But she has very easily the potential to become a 4 when like another set's released and she gets like 2 cards that make her better, or something.
I put her at 3 because I think some decks want her. Disabling abilities is quite useful. Sad she doesn't disable them on mains, that would be even better. And like getting Earth Ponies is not that hard. Like even if you're not playing them, there are things that create Earth Pony tokens, which can be really useful. And she is a 1 cost friend for 2. So like all things together make her a 3 for me.
Fair enough. Next then.
On to the dragons.
1? No, actually, I put him at 2. Never mind. I can justify that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a neat card, but it's not particularly great, so it's a 1.
I can see this people trying to use this in breakdown decks, because it's just another thing that can exhaust a specific thing. But then again, like for 3 AT you got Grubber, which is 4 power and exhausts every turn.
Yeah, the only distinction is that that 1 wreck, it can exhausting stuff early is not particularly relevant for the most part.
Yeah, but the thing with 1 wreck, like, you only consider 1 wreck when you have an unflipped main, or it's your secondary color with trading traditions. And, like, it's not the card you want to play with trading traditions. And, like, if you're running an orange main which is unflipped, I don't think that's also the card that you would like to really play. Like, yeah, as I said, like, in a breakdown, you put this probably only in a breakdown deck, and in a breakdown deck you run pink main anyway.
Well, it's yeah, he's a 1 for me as well, if I haven't said that yet.
Next card?
Yep. Cinders.
So I see 1s.
1.
Okay.
It's a simple, neat card, but it's not doing anything big enough to actually get played. Unfortunately.
Yeah, there are just better entry options out there, both for orange and like for any entry, like Fire of Friendship.
But for what it's worth, I did actually use this card a couple of times in my test decks. Like, Persistent is honestly not terrible for, like, you imagine the way the last meta went, where your entry would just get picked off. To be able to frighten it instead and say, okay, now I've got this for 2 if I ever need it again. That's not, but there are still better options. It's certainly true.
It is a dragon, but I guess like if you're running a dragon deck, you'll also have a dragon main, which enables many of the dragon abilities already anyway. And if you're running an orange main, you don't really want to, like, you'd rather run the previous card, the Mag Draft, instead of this.
So next card?
Yep.
Ember, right?
Yep.
It's
I'm not sure.
2? Because, I mean, I guess it could be good, but I don't think it's good, so I'd put it at 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think, honestly, I think that there is a dragon sort of mid-rangey aggro-ish deck out there somewhere. I don't think it fully exists yet, but there are a lot of tools there to make it work. And this card potentially has a place in it at some ways down the line.
I don't know, I just think like Can't Be Frightened is not, like, I guess it's good against Stick, but that's like against blue and Stick. But there are way more ways to remove a friend, so like protection against frightening is not that big of a deal. Like, when you see a card that can't be frightened and it has some other abilities as well, how often do you look at the fact that it can't be frightened?
When the abilities are useful for beating troublemakers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and notably also for your persistent friends, because you can replace with things that can't be done, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fluttershy and Ember.
Remember, it turns off Granny, and that's why I hate the card.
No, actually, Granny becomes immortal.
No, because I can't take the action to replace it, so
No.
I can't then
Yeah,
banish a card instead of
so-
it being frightened. Thus, I can't replace any time it would leave play with it being frightened.
So,
Thus, it leaves play.
Hold on, Solding. The way it works, you look at persistent, and it says, but now, like, if this card would leave play, frighten it instead. So, like, what happens? Someone tries to remove your.
You may, and that's the issue. Because I may not anymore.
No, you still do it. You try to do it. You fail to do it, and nothing else happens.
the game allows you to replace with a thing that can't be done, and that's still a valid replacement, even though you don't do the thing.
Yep.
That feels wrong.
Yeah, I kind of agree that that's not intuitive, but that's how it works.
Okay.
So like the way they errated Granny Smith now in this set, but before that, if you had no cards in your discard pile, you could still try to banish a card, and after failing to do so, Granny Smith is still in play. But now they errated it, so like it says if you do.
So she's not just actually immoral.
Yeah. Okay, next card.
Nice card.
Fume. He's great. And annoying to play against.
Really good dragon. Yeah. So you have some experience?
Oh, I had some experience, alright. So I put him at 4, because I think he's a really good card that makes a lot of orange things work right now. Especially like in the Dragon Tribal. Since a lot of things actually rely on exhausting themselves, and then you can only ready one of them. And especially the fact that he himself exhausts like half of the board when he comes into play if you play dragons. Oof. It's gonna be really hard. I'm not sure how it works against aggro, but for like control-ish deck, he hits really hard and he's very annoying and you want to remove him as soon as possible.
Yeah, I am willing to give him a 5 because I think there is, especially given that dragons are orange and purple, that like that's kind of the big thing. There's going to be some control that is Dragon Tribal. Throws this out, your whole board's exhausted. A couple turns later, portals this, and your whole board's exhausted again, and it's just impossible to deal with.
Yep. Like the fact that you can portal this is also a really big thing. Now you're running, like, instead of 3, you're running 6 of them. With Portal.
Solid?
Yo. I'd say he's a 4, just because removal's so good for friends that I don't feel like any friend could really be a 5 unless it does something completely insane. That's an entry effect.
Well, this does do a pretty insane thing for an entry effect.
Well,
But
no, because if you remove it, it's like, cool, I'll just unexhaust.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to stick
It's
around.
the modifier that's the incredible thing, so I wouldn't be able to put it at 5. If it's entry double exhausted, as well as him then having the modifier, I'd put him at 5. But because it's just regular exhaust, because why would you put double exhaust on a thing that already has an anti-ready modifier? Yeah. I can only feel like I can put him at 4 because it just feels like if your opponent's playing pink and has 1 action token, they just go end of turn, belly flop, and then there we go, nothing happens.
That is always the fear, yeah.
Yeah, but there are some decks that don't actually run that many permanent friend removal. What they do against this, they cry. Like, imagine this card against, like, Scootaloo.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Notably, that doesn't turn off Scootaloo's free moves.
No, yeah, they still move, but, like, what's the point of exhausted transit problems? If they can't confront things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next card?
Yeah.
Garble.
So this was a card that I thought was really good when I first saw it, but after time spent actually building the decks, he was like always muffled out by other stuff. So gotta be 1.
I think he's a 1, and it's just because he costs so much. He like there's a lot more you could be doing with 4 action tokens, and I think that's his big issue.
Yeah, I agree. I do put him at 2 though, because I think it's still a card like worth experimenting with, but usually, yeah, he Like, you will end up replacing it with something else.
Still available. You tried.
Okay, next card.
Nice card. Oh,
Mar.
this one I'm not going to be able to help you pronounce. I'm not sure.
That's fine. I'll call her Mar, because that makes sense for me. I think she's good enough for a free. If you're running like a dragon main character, she's basically 5 power for free AT. And that's nice even in control decks, because she helps you confront. That's my take on her. I think she's good enough.
Yeah, I think there's that, and she's also kind of the cornerstone of this sort of dragon mini package that I sometimes I can see going in the other decks. Like you could run like an I actually have one that's like, and the secondary orange is this kind of miniature dragon package that is good enough at aggro. I actually have her down as a 2. I forgot about that main interaction though, so I think that's good enough to bump her to 3 for me actually.
I'm torn between 3 and 2. So just to go against the grain, I'm going to pick 2. Why not? But I think my biggest issue with this card is the fact that it just has a power increase. Whereas a lot of cards nowadays, you want them to be doing more than just having blah amount of power.
My counterpoint to that is she's also a dragon herself, and we have quite a bit of really good cards that interact with dragons, like I think it's called Gemstone Feast or something. But yeah, there are some cards that interact with dragons, and the fact that she's an okay card herself and she's a dragon is a big thing.
That is pretty important, yeah. Gemstone Feast, and there are actually a couple of others. Because we have a number of these Harmony cards that are only just if you have a dragon, do a bunch of extra stuff. And like those are the ones that really care about. Those are the ones that are going to bring up cards like this one.
Fair enough.
Okay, on to the one.
Yeah, shall we just...
Hi, Draft Chaff. Next.
Yeah, she's okay in draft. Okay,
yeah, but when I say draft chaff, I mean it's the kind of thing that people draft and then they'll just leave on the table after they've played the tournament of the draft and walk away. Because it's like, cool, it did a good job, bye. And that's like all it's for. You do a draft with it and you're done.
That's fair. But yeah, ones across the board, I see.
Smolder. She's a 2 for me. I don't really
seems like a solid 2 because it's not the kind of card Orange has ever had, and if your main's Orange, it's entry. And the idea of having something that's 4 and a face-off as your entry isn't terrible, but I don't know if it has a place anywhere.
Yeah, I think 2 as well. She fits, as I was mentioning earlier, in that kind of miniature dragon package. Just if you absolutely need to have more, she's not terrible, but she's not great either.
I just think like if you're running a dragon tribal, and it's usually not aggro. If you're playing aggro, maybe it's a different story. But if you're playing a non-aggro dragon tribal, it's just not something you want. Like she's a dragon herself, but like her ability doesn't really help you for your strategy if you're playing control dragon tribal. And I have no idea how would aggro dragon tribal work. I haven't tried that. But yeah, that's my take on her.
All right.
Onto the purple. Oh, it's pink.
Pink.
I get that mixed up too sometimes, though.
They both begin.
I know we're all excited about getting to the purple.
Do people even play purple without pink? So, Cherry Berry. Eccentric 2. So is her score for me.
Yep, I agree.
I'd say it's a 1 myself.
That is fair.
It just doesn't feel impactful enough to people even sort of start thinking about it, as there's so many other cards you could probably put in its place and just be like, yeah, this is good.
It is a good point that Eccentric has never emerged as the reason why a card is good. Like,
Yeah.
there are.
It's always been,
cards.
oh, look at this sweet card. Also, it has Eccentric too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so this just having Eccentric 2 makes me feel like, no, just cool. Leave it to the side.
Yeah, like it's really just Silverstream who wants to get set up and then have a bunch of early on problem to make the opponent's life a misery.
See, that's why I put her at 2, because I think she's good for a Silverstream deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there are some decks that would like to run this, but yeah, other than that, no. Okay.
Next.
Yep. Gardener Record Keeper. I put him at 3, because he's a hasty friend for 280, which gives free power. Like, I would probably put this in Baluna without any Griffin synergies. That's my opinion on him. And the ability is like nice, but
Yeah, actually, I wasn't paying attention to the top number.
I was about to say, I was going to say this guy's okay, and then you said he's a 2/3. I was like, oh.
Yeah,
okay, this suddenly got a lot better. Like,
Mhm.
out of nowhere. Yeah, I'd say this is a solid 3 then, keeping that in mind. Because, yeah, just a 2/3 that, at worst, you play it, look at the top card and go, I don't want this, and then put it on the bottom. Seems good.
yeah, because like his ability counts himself as well, so you like will always look at least at one card. And his ability is nice, like a nice addition, but I think his main thing is that he's 2-cost free power hasty.
I don't know, like in a Griffin tribal deck, and I'm arguing for it. Like, that ability actually starts getting really, really
Ridiculous.
good. Like once you get
a
up
top 4 or 5, it's like,
or yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
For the same reason that we all think Gemstone Feast is good. In a Griffin tribal deck, this is really good.
Yeah, but the question is Griffin tribal deck good? I don't know.
It is good because I like Griffins. Or at least in my head, it's good because I like Griffins.
I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
okay, but it's not amazing. Honestly, I'm not rating it. I can't rate this card, which is why I can't go higher than 3, basically.
Okay, next.
Next up.
Gilda. I have her at 3 because if you're playing Griffins, you definitely use that card. If you're not playing Griffins, you're not using that card.
Yeah.
That's what I
It's
think
weird
of her.
because like this card sits in a weird middle ground where it can't really be a 2. So it's either a 1 or a 3. And because I'm biased, it's a 3.
Mhm.
Because it's like, you can't just say it's going to be experimented with, because you know if X deck is good, this card will be good in it. So it's either not going to be see play, or it's going to see some play, because the Griffin deck is a deck that will see some play.
Yep.
And I'm saying that the Griffin deck is a deck that will see some play, so I'm putting it at 3.
And I agree. The Griffin deck is good enough to see a little bit. So 3 it is.
Yep, I also agree. Next.
I mean, it's funny that because this, as you say, this card basically is the same thing as our rating of the Griffin deck itself. But yes, go on.
Grandmayors. Gold Horseshoe members. I have them at 2 because of the... So, see, cards like this like this card is also this kind of similar to Gilda's Me. Like, if the Silverstream kind of deck is good enough, I think that's the card that goes into it, because Eccentric is nice for Silverstream deck. But other than that, no.
I didn't give any thought to the Silverstream deck being an Earth Pony deck, though. You think it is?
Like, you could, like, if you're playing a control-ish deck, you probably run problems like Echo Cutinera and things like that. And you'll probably have some other Earth Ponies as well, which have Eccentric, like the Cherry Berry. So, you'll probably have a couple, so I think this card will be, like, if you're running a deck like this, you'll have some Earth Ponies, so it will be at least Eccentric free, which is good enough, I think.
Maybe. I've got it at.
There's a little part of me that wants to be a rebel and put it at 3 because I just like I want to laugh maniacally because I have this card out with Ravers, but I don't think that's enough, and I put it at 1 myself.
It doesn't really work with the Ravers, does it? No.
No, you just play Hasty Friend. It's like,
Oh yeah, that's
go.
fair.
Now you can't solve anything. Like, just that to me sounds hilarious. I just don't think it's good enough to ever get used, unfortunately.
We have a similar event that does this. Now you can't confront this problem. We'll get to it.
Yeah, I have it at 1 because I was thinking of the Earth Pony deck going in it where Eccentric wasn't good enough. So similar.
Okay, next.
Next up.
This feels like a 2 to me. Loud car.
Okay.
Thanks, Thorin. Just because it feels like 3 power is the point where agile actually becomes a keyword you kind of care about. And so just being able to dump that as entry seems nice, but I think there's better things to do, so it'll end up getting pulled out, but people will at least give it a try. Sort of thing. And heck, if you're running the Griffin deck, it's probably fine.
Yeah, for me, we're kind of getting into the Griffins that I think are going to be in the Griffin deck. And yeah, Agile on a 3 power friend, I think is good enough to take this card up to a 3.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm way more pessimistic on Agile, like in general. That's why it gets a 1. Like, I think like, if Agile doesn't have Swift with it, it's so expensive. Like 2 ET to move a thing, that's a lot of ET. That's why, like, I'm not that convinced on Agile. That's why I give this card a 1.
Okay.
Next.
Next.
Griselda. Another Griffin.
Hasty, agile, and then that removal entry effect.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand why this card has agile, honestly. It's like, yeah, hasty because you want to play it immediately and then get the removal effect off, but agile? It just kind of feels there.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Like Hasty also for your Gallus trigger, I think. Like that's one reason why I think most of the Griffins are hasty, or at least there are a lot of hasty Griffins, because the Gallus deck wants to have them.
Also, another real good reason to have hasty on Griffins is because of the Gilda. Because it's first Griffin each turn. Cool, if I have hasty, I've got a first Griffin both turns.
Okay. Yeah, I put this at 3 because, like, it's a friend with removal. I think that's pretty good.
Yep.
And it's a Griffin, and I agree with Solving, like, Agile is just there. Doesn't feel that Agile actually does anything for this card. Like, yeah, there is a card that, like, you, it's Gambi, I think. You draw a card whenever you move a Griffin character. But still, like, do you really want to draw cards immediately?
Yeah, it feels like the agile will be relevant that one time, and then someone will try and use that as an example to say, well, our rant about the agile being irrelevant was wrong. But it's like, if it's relevant one time out of like 100, it's basically irrelevant. But it's nice that it's there. I'm not going to say don't put agile on it.
Sorry, was that a 2 from solving or a 3?
You know, I'm going to put 3 on it because I'm pushing the whole have faith in the Griffin deck thing. And if the Griffin deck's good, this card is fine because it uses the word cost over power in the removal effect.
Right.
Yeah, I think they all do. Almost no cards with synergies like this use power. It's mostly cost, which is nice.
Right.
Oh, hey, it's the epitome of a 2 again, like the Griffin that's the entry. It's just, hey, it's got a keyword that might make it useful to some decks, too.
I don't know. I think we are talking about.
Oh, he died. What's his rating?
Yeah,
So, we have moved on to Kettle Corn, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she's
A 3. Okay.
Yeah, I think Silverstream wants her deck.
Yeah, like
Basically.
I also I thought she's a 3, but then I thought she's a 2. Like I'm not sure. Like in Silverstream, you probably play her because she's a 2 for 2 friend, which is annoying. But then again, there's Pipsqueak, which is 1 for 1 and just as annoying as Kettlecorn. I don't know. I think she's nice, but 2. And outside of Silverstream decks, there's just so much other good pink entry. So outside of Silverstream decks, I don't think she will ever be played.
That's a good point. I think my major thing is that Silverstream does need a way to flip herself because the opponent can just kind of ignore her if he wants to, and so there is a big hole in the Silverstream decks for simple stuff that also makes her worse.
Pipsqueak. Just
Yeah,
play
you can use
Pipsqueak.
that too.
Yeah, I guess it's just nice to have another card, but yeah. I think I'm quite convinced she's 2 and maybe 3 for
Anyway.
Silverstream decks. Yeah. Next card?
Yeah.
Speaking of Silverstream, but it's another
So
one.
I have one simple question before I rate this card. Is there any decks that specifically want to see certain problems? Right.
Combo
now?
decks.
Okay. that puts it at like 3 then.
Yeah, that's why I put her at 3. Like outside of combo decks, I don't think you will run her, and or decks that use or combo decks that use the next Silverstream, which we'll see. They're both 3 for me because I think there are combo decks around them, and especially in Harmony. But since we're talking core, there might be some combo decks there. I don't know any yet, but there might be some combo decks that look for problems. Specific ones, and that's when you use this card because she's a great card. She's so much better than Party Favor. I guess she's not that much better than Party Favor because Party Favor can also replace problems by himself, but she's still pretty good for that. But outside of the combo, I don't think any decks really, most of the decks just construct their problem deck, so they are happy to see any problem from it.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
it feels like the kind of card that some control decks could just run as like a 1 or 2 of, because they're like, well, against aggro, I'd rather have this, and it's sort of because it's just sort of incidental. But yeah, I don't know.
I think you can run more impactful cards for 280.
I think the issue with a card like this though is it's either a 1 or like a 4.
Yeah, exactly.
It's either really good in this deck that wants it, or it's just whatever. Who cares? so I feel like 3 is a place to put it in case the deck exists.
Yeah, that's fair. Personally, I don't give much respect to combo.
Fair enough.
Although
I think 1 is the safe answer, and it'll probably end up being a 1, but just in case, I want to put it at 3.
Yeah, I agree that it's a 1 outside of the decks that want her.
Okay.
Okay, next card. I have this at 3 as well for the exactly same reasons as the previous card.
Well, if there's a combo deck, fair enough.
There is one in Harmony, but not in Core, because Fire and Ready doesn't exist in Core. If it did though, there would be a combo deck in Core as well.
Yeah. Personally, I think for the effect, she's a little bit expensive. We have a couple of silver streams around that you can, but I don't know.
I mean, my point is like, would you run this in aggro? Like, playing a Dilemma for 4 is kinda expensive, and like, so probably not. Would you run this in Control? In Control you try to stop your opponent from confronting problems, so you don't want to create more problems for them. So, like, I think she doesn't fit into any of the archetypes. Still a 3 for combo.
Yeah.
So that's a 3 for you as well, Selby?
I feel like this one's more of a 2, just because I feel like the other card is a better standalone card. Like, just some decks will want to dig through and find problems. Whereas this is, like, worse at finding problems than the other one, because it only digs 1 deep and sort of does a weird thing with it. So I think this one's a 2, because I feel like if the other card's good, this one's okay. Whereas, obviously, the other card is good in that situation.
Yeah, that's fair. Purple?
On the purple.
Starting with some dragons. Rawr.
Charcoal.
So I tried building the dragon control deck. I actually have a couple different builds of it. And Charcoal did make it into one of them. So in that sense, he's good enough to get a 2, I think.
I was going to say, this seems like a 2 card, because I think the condition of here and stuff is what sort of keeps him away. Because if he was just could be anywhere and he gave you Troublemakers +1 power for each dragon, he'd be like, oh my gosh, what is going on?
Yeah.
Multiples just gets ridiculous and like things like that. Even if you just have 2 of this guy, your Troublemakers get 4 power. Okay.
Yeah.
But the fact that he has to be there is like what keeps him back from being a 3 in my head.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the big problem with plus power to Troublemakers that I find is there's a point of diminishing returns where at some point your Troublemakers are just your opponent's not going to challenge them, and any more plus power you put in your deck then is just wasted. And so I feel like you can get there without using this card.
So my deck here, like, he gets bonus points for being a dragon, but other than that, you, like, as you said, or like, people just won't challenge your Troublemakers until they're sure that they're going to win. So +1 power just doesn't do much, even if you have a lot of dragons. And there's, I think there's a way better card for this than Charcoal, which is Little Starlight. She gives +2 power to all of your Troublemakers, no matter where she is herself. And she can put a Troublemaker into play face up when you cutie mark her. So, like, I think that card is way better than this card, even though this card has a dragon on it.
Yeah. Yeah, the only place that I was able to find for him was what I call the passive dragon control deck that sacrificed all its immediates to put in EEA, and then just like your only real defense is having a pile of power under troublemakers, and that kind of worked.
Yep. So my rating is a 2 for him.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, next.
Clash Sentry.
Who's this character?
How-
Never seen this before.
How good do you think the Alicorn deck is? That's basically the question you ask with this card.
In core, I'm not sure. Not convinced. Yeah, I'm not convinced on Alicorns in core. Maybe there are good, like, I mean, there are definitely good Alicorns, but I don't know. Still a 3 though.
Yeah, I'm willing to take him up to a 4 after building the deck and trying it out. And like, you are able, at least from my experience, to get a big tricorn out by like turn 4 or 5, pretty good consistently, honestly, and that's pretty good. So I think the deck's good enough, and that brings him up to a 4.
I think I'd rather like run Starlight and just gain AT, which I can spend for anything. Because like paying less for something is basically gaining AT when you do that something. And Starlight gives you AT every turn, you don't have to play Alicorns. But then again, there's things like Book which you can play for free with this. I don't know. I'm definitely not convinced enough to put him at 4, but 3 is fine for me.
I'm torn. I'm between 2 and 3 because I'm like, I know people are gonna mess around with it, like that's a given, but I feel like the fact that you invest 3 into him initially, and you have to play 2 Alicorns to even get what you put into him back, is what like keeps me from being like, yeah, this is an amazing card, because I just don't think there are enough Alicorns you want to play in core to sort of get to this. Although I'm quickly looking at all the Alicorns, and like the options aren't bad, just because Twilight got the upgrade a while back to being an Alicorn in general, and it's like, oh sweet, any card with Twilight on it in core is on the list, and it's like maybe not, and I think I'm gonna go with 2 in the end because I think having this as a stepping stone is probably just going to be a waste of time for most decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Next card. Celos. I think there are better ways to get Meticulous One than this. That's my take on her. I don't have much to say about her. She's a 2.
I think she's a 1 because literally Guidance Counselor was printed in this, and I better than a thing with Meticulous One.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Is that a 1?
Yeah,
Yep.
a 1. Like, it feels like this card has an upgrade in this set, let alone looking at the rest of the card pool.
You might run this card in decks that that have purple main and can't flip it very easily, like alongside with the Guidance Counselor. But other than that, no. And mains like this is Ambassador of Friendship.
But if you have a purple main, you may as well run the Aloysius that will have Meticulous One.
Yeah, we're still on Student of Friendship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm giving her to basically solely another source of her early game Meticulous, essentially.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like, I agree that there's Aloysius, and like, because of this she is a 2, otherwise I would give her a 3 if like would be essential for Ambassador of Friendship deck. Okay,
I'm
next
still
card.
not,
Yeah.
go ahead. I was going to say, I'm still not entirely sure if Ambassador Friendship actually works. Maybe you know better.
No, I haven't tried her much. I
Okay.
should. I really like that mate. Next.
Next.
Well, this is an okay card, I guess.
I think this is a 2. Because, Portal exists and all these other things, and it's like, yeah, at least at worst, you paid 3 to top deck a thing, so your opponent's next draw's wasted and everything, which isn't terrible. But I think there's better options. Not that I can think of any off the top of my head. But I think it's a 2 because it could get used, and it's not terrible.
Yep, I also gave it a 2. I think she's okay, like, to try out, but in the end, I think putting something on top of the deck during your main phase isn't very strong. Like, a lot of cards that actually do that see play because they're immediate, like Nutcakes or Tempest and Grubber, because you usually just put something before you're about to flip a card. And, like, basically serves as a permanent removal. I guess we can play this with Stick, but she's still very expensive. Cursed?
He's gone, maybe. So he gave it a 1, so he has less faith in it than we do, and we don't have a huge amount of faith in it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess that would be the conclusion. Next card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scales. Cursed, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, where on Scales? You can begin.
Or I was.
Seems pretty strong, honestly. Like, a 1-for-1 with Prepared seems good because you can very easily get your action tokens back. The Harmony effect is incredibly strong if you even get it off once. Like, the way to get your card advantage back off this card is to literally have another dragon and play it, because you get the token back and then you get an effect off. And there you go. And at the end of the day, you only ever paid 1 for it. So you're not going to be too sad if they remove it because they don't want you to move one of their friends or anything.
Yeah, I gave this card a 3. Like, I don't really like the second effect because we already have an unconditional second effect on a card like this, which is Snowfall Frost. But the Prepared really adds to this because having a Prepared on 1-cost friend is pretty good, I think.
Well,
And
isn't Snowfall Frost on entry?
Yeah, it is on entry.
This is at start of a face-off here.
Oh, wait, I thought this card starts a face-off.
No.
Okay.
It's just Prepared, and also if another dragon, you also gain X.
Yeah, okay.
Which is why I'm like, this seems pretty good.
Yeah, okay, yeah, this is so much better than I thought it was. You know what, I'll go ahead and change my 3 to 4, because I think it's that good. I like this card. Especially since she's a dragon herself, and she does a useful thing what dragons like to do, which is sitting behind troublemakers.
Okay, I'm back, I think.
Hello, we're still on Scales.
Right. Scales.
Yeah. What would you rate her on a scale from 1 to 5?
I had her down at 2. Purely, again, because she's in that purple dragon that I didn't see working, essentially. She's better than some of the other ones, but I don't think she's got a deck right now, is the only thing.
Fair enough. I'd put her at 3 because I feel like the Dragon deck could be sort of a low tier rogue type deck, and this will be one of the cards in it that's just good.
Yeah, like if there was between 3 and 4, I would put her there. Because I think Dragon deck can be very much a thing, and I think this card is pretty good for there. I have strong beliefs in Dragon decks.
I tell you, I want to agree. Like, man, I love dragons so much in general, in just in like the whole mythology of them across all games. I love dragons. I really want there to be a dragon deck in this game, but actually.
Okay, next card. Oh, it's an entry dragon.
Mhm.
I have him at 4. I rated him this high because still I have strong beliefs in dragon decks, and if the dragon deck runs Smolder, which it probably does, because Smolder is a dragon, this is the entry you use in this deck. For
I
purple.
actually do kind of agree. Like I came in a little bit soft on this card when I first saw it. The more I think about it, the more I realize that, like, yeah, as an early game play, even at that dreaded 2 power, 3 cost ratio, it's still worth it. It's actually pretty good. I only have it at a 3. Same sort of kind of tempering as before. I think the deck's not quite good enough to make it a 4, but this card is actually pretty good.
I think it's a 2, just because my issue with cards and cards like this is if you don't have the Troublemaker in hand, it is a very bad vanilla. And the idea of early game, yeah, okay, it's cool, but you could just have paid 1 action token for the Troublemaker the turn before when you were saving between turns and stuff like that. So I always feel like cards like this, unless they're already cost efficient, so even if you have to play them vanilla, it's fine. Like, just the floor for this card is so bad that I can't feel like I can put it higher than a 2.
That is fair.
Yep.
Yeah, you kind of need to have a source of early action tokens. Like, I don't know if that deck actually runs a second chance. Maybe it does.
Okay, next card. 4.
4. Starlight still scares me in a bad way.
So
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like you can't rate any action token generator like that's not conditional in 1 color lower than 3. Like, just in general, a non-conditional token generator can't be less than 3, basically, unless it's like 7 cost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to like go through my head what other generators there are, and like if this could get kicked from being a 4 just because you already run X and Y. And I think now, like, there's Factory Jack, but like that's specific to having
there's
orange.
also
So
Sunburst in purple yellow, and there's cover to cover.
but once
and
again,
I think that's
2
it.
colors, and like so cover to cover, but sometimes you just want more copies. And so I feel like this is a 4 because all the other ones kind of like it are 2 colors, and then purple now has another single color one. And it's entry if he means purple because fair cards.
Yeah, a lot of people compare it to cover, and like I've seen some people say to me like, "Oh, this is just a worse cover to cover."
Yeah,
And
but who cares? Cover to cover is amazing. Let's have 6.
Yeah, I'm strongly disagreeing with this. Like, it might be worse than cover to cover because it has less abilities, but I think the fact that it has only 1 rec and it is a free power friend, yeah, it is.
The fact it's got the word immediate on it rather than main phase is like, sweet, solve.
Yeah, you can confront with this card, but I think like the pre-power is really great when you have a purple main which you can flip easily, like Trixie. I guess no one runs Trixie, but Ambassador of Friendship, like it's a friend that you can play with an unflip main or with trading traditions. Like, I think the fact that it is a free power friend for 1 rec with an IT gen is what makes this card really good.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised it's a common.
In all the purple decks I built, this card went in. So it's probably pretty good.
Okay.
And
Next
definitely a 3-of as well. Because of course, AT's in, right?
Yep.
All right, next card.
Next card.
Yep. Stellar Flare.
I think this is another piece of entry that's got a good enough keyword to be a 2.
Yeah, I also think it's a 2. I think initially I thought it was 1, but then I remembered Cheerly, and some decks in Sequestria meta actually ran Cheerly, and I thought like, okay, this can be a 2.
Mhm.
This is just almost strictly better Cheerly.
Yeah, there often were decks around that I would look around and say, okay, I just need to find some good purple. Like, there aren't that many of them anymore. Honestly, you start looking at Owlish or other stuff, and okay, this is a good purple entry, and for that reason, yeah, it's good enough for a 2. Decks will consider it.
Okay, next card. 10.
There we go.
So
This-
my actual
This
go ahead.
can't have a rating lower than 2, because no matter how bad you think the card is, you know people are going to try it.
Oh, you know at least one person, right?
True.
Because we have them on stream right now. But like, I think the effect is genuinely strong. Because when I first read it, I was like, I don't know if you want to waste your time play, the turn you play this. And then I went, oh wait, when this or another one of your unicorn friends enters, cool. I'm going to just play this and then play the event I was going to play anyway. Unless that event costs 1, I guess.
So I gave it a 4, and my point here is that she's essentially free if you play an event that turn. But the other thing is that I have strong beliefs not only in dragons but also in unicorns. And if you're playing unicorns, you put this card there, definitely at least 2 off, maybe 3 off, because she works so well with what other unicorns do. That's why she's a 4 for me.
That I'm not quite sure on. I think she has a place in the unicorn control deck for sure. The unicorn aggro deck, I'm a little bit less clear. And I believe I talked with you about this before at some point, that in that deck, most of your events are 1 cost, and so she actually doesn't help that much.
Yeah, I agree that that 2 minimum 1 in aggro deck ruins it quite a bit, because a lot of events you want to run are cost 1. I actually tried the unicorn aggro deck and it was still there though, because Trixie. But yeah, but in a control deck, there's so many, there are enough events that cost 2, like Portal. What usually happens that you have old money, you have Starlight, and you have this. And then you just keep playing Portals until their board is gone.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, you obviously have the experience with that deck. Maybe I'll look at it at some point. Like now, too, so please. Solid?
I think it's a 3, because the simple fact is, the easiest comparison I can make is that unicorns are like wizards in Magic. Wizards help you cast spells, instants, and sorceries. These guys are going to always be a deck that has quote-unquote spells in it, like a bunch of events that do cool things. And so Trixie is just this nice little stepping stone that even if you only run it as a 2 of, you're probably running it just so that you're like, so this turn I can play this unicorn, and play this event. And do all sorts of fun things, even if it isn't specifically comboing with Portal, etc. Like, the value is just kind of there. And it's incidental enough that you would, reasonably run this as at least a 1 or a 2 of, just to be like, oh yeah, I can just do some crazy stuff now that Trixie's out.
All right.
Okay, next card.
Onto the
White
white.
friends.
This can be potentially a Trixie. Because it's a changeling.
I see. So personally, after seeing some of these white cards, I tried building a changeling half deck, and as far as I'm concerned, it didn't work. And so this is a one.
I cry at this card. Why isn't it just Harmony Changeling? I don't think that would have broken the card.
What do you mean?
So, you know how Trixie, the card we last said, has Harmony, Unicorn. When this or another Unicorn enters play, events cost one less. Yeah, why is this card just when he enters play? Why isn't it every Changeling? Like, I don't feel like that would have broken the card. It already costs 3.
Yeah, it's fair.
And I'm just like, oh, I could have put it at 2 if it was Harmony Changeling, because that's actually kind of interesting, and some people might be able to do some wacky stuff off of it. But when it's just him and you've already paid 3, it's just like, ugh.
I put him at 2 because this is one of those cards that have unrestricted resource cost reduction, which is not we see very often. So I think he has some place somewhere, but not too much.
That's fair. Yeah.
Also, I like that he actually has Chaos to play into the whole thing of I hope Changelings have a bunch of Chaos effects. Not that it's a one that would be amazing in Changeling Tribal, because there you go.
If you are playing the hot version, maybe. But yeah.
Okay, next.
Draft Chaff 1 next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fleur-de-lis.
Ones across the board. Yeah. I actually didn't even see the whole thing for 2.
See, if it was a 2 for 2, it would be like, yeah, cool, put it at 2, someone might want it. Because it's a 3 for 2, it's like, yeah, cool, throw it in a bin. So, Fleur-de-lis.
Yep.
So this is a variation of an old card from Equestrian Odysseys. Good old Fancy Pants, the blue one. And nobody used him. I don't see anyone using this.
Yeah, especially since Fancy Pants was in blue, which is more like a color about moving stuff. And this one is in white, which is less about moving stuff. I don't know.
I struggle to think of a deck that I could put together that wants to use this. So, 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel like someone will break it randomly and there'll be a blue-white deck with both of them in, that it's just like, whoa, they have infinite power. But, like, I'm not going to make that deck. And I don't think it actually exists. So, bye.
Next.
Yeah.
Pharynx, changed at last. I think he's a solid card, so he'll be at 3 for me. I don't have anything to add to that thought.
Okay, sorry, I missed the whole thought.
There was no thought, I just said it. I think it is a solid card.
Fairness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, we're getting now into the spine of the real Ocellus deck, as I see it. This kind of, and honestly, they work just as well in Octavia. This card works amazing in Octavia, and so they're all just kind of getting a 3 because that's where I think that deck is at for me.
Yeah, I think it's 3 because, I mean, at worst, it's a 2 for 4 the turn you play it. And then, like, drawing more copies of it means that they all become 4 again, which isn't terrible. that could actually like clinch some do some clinch things. But obviously, there's been a fair few changelings that have been printed in general and in this set to make it at least something that could be played.
Always got to pay attention to doubles and the way that those modifiers stack.
Yeah. Because the idea that if you play 2 changelings or play another changeling on the turn you played it, he's got 8 power. There you go.
Okay, next.
Next up.
Nether Firings. You're gonna convince me real hard on 4 on this, because I don't have that much belief on taking control of stuff.
Okay. Well, simply put, and yes, I am giving it a 4. It is the most efficient steal, like the most efficient permanent steal that we've had so far. Like they have all cost 4 before now. This one cost you 3, and then that's like 4 was right on the like nobody really played Zesty or Method Mares. Some people did. Nobody really seriously played them, I think. And 3
I
is
topped my one event that I topped with Method Mares as a 3 of.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand that it hasn't been played loads.
Yeah, and so 3 is good, and it's not at all hard to get enough changelings in play that this hits most of the important stuff. Like if you're playing Celistus is already at 2, you need, and then you're most of the way there. Maybe you want another one to get to 4. There are some good 4 cost ones out there, but this will, sorry, this will. I think for the most part in its deck, this is 3 cost steal a thing. And that's pretty good, I think. And also 4 because I think that deck is going to be good enough.
I think this is a 3 because at its base, it's still kind of fine because I feel like the game has enough good 1-cost friends that just playing this card and taking a 1-cost isn't terrible. Like chances are you'll always have like something to steal and things like that. But obviously it just sort of gets exponentially better if you're just running instantly good changelings. And if you're running the deck, it just takes whatever you want. Who cares?
I put this at a 2 because I don't think gaining control is that good. Mostly because it can be just so easily broken by many things. Like frightening that friend brings it back. Portaling that friend brings it back. Yeah, like you just use stick on your own friend once and it's back to you. Yeah, you have like it costs 3 to get it back, which is I guess a lot, but this is what they paid for taking it from you, so good, I guess. I don't think taking control of things is good enough at 3 cost. And it is restricted to changelings, which I guess, yeah, you will have like enough changelings all the time. Like with Acellus, you can, and with Acellus and empty board, you can just take control of any 2-cost friend. And there are a lot of good 2-cost friends, but still, not convinced.
Okay, fair enough.
That's right. We shall see.
Yeah. Next.
So next. Oh hey, it's Draft Chaff. 1. Next.
What?
Really unfortunate. White has like 3 cards that we're just going to.
Not very noteworthy. Oh hey, the next one is also kind of Draft Chaff.
That's what I was thinking.
Even in draft, I was sad to play this.
I'm just like, cool, in constructed, cool. Just go to purple and take its friend with no requirement, and just put it in his slot. Just do it. Even if you're playing mono white, just have a colorless friend with prepared over this guy, please.
Yeah. No, even in draft, I was sad to play this. Like, I pay 1 to draw. Oh no, it's sandbar. Because it wasn't useful at all. But that's my experience. Okay, next.
Yep.
Stygian, a very fun card. I really hoped that something like this will exist one day, and now it does. So I put him at 3 because I think there are some decks that want to run him, like the Timble and Join the Herd deck. You can now run more Join the Herds and more Timbles. And things like this. Like, I think there are some resources you can copy. And, like, if nothing works, you can copy your opponent's resource, which is also a good thing. So he's like in between 3 and 4 for me, but more 3 than 4.
I think my main issue with this card is that
It's hard for me. I try,
Oh.
and I think he obviously works great in that kind of deck, but I don't know. I really, and then there is good value on the. Maybe he's a 3. I don't know.
I'm gonna say 2 myself because stick exists, so everyone is packing removal for resources because of stick. And so what you want to do with this guy is in their deck to be disrupted, if you know what I mean. Like, they have ways of dealing with what this guy does in their deck already because of stick's existence. If stick doesn't exist or it gets banned, I think he instantly goes up a rating. But while stick's in the format, your opponent's always going to have answers to what he does in their deck, which is kind of a shame.
But that will mean that if they waste their answer on answering this card, then they won't have answers for the next
Especially
card.
now, like, I'm starting to get to the point now where I think 3 resource removal is not minimum. That really 4 or 5 is minimum these days.
But yeah, that's fair. Next card?
Yeah. Should we go?
I love this card. It's pretty.
It does look nice. Yes.
I still don't know. When I first saw this card, I didn't really know, and I still don't quite know.
Like, I think of all the Unicorn aggro that I've tried, the purple-white version is probably the best, and this card does go in there. So that's why I'm willing to give her the place as a 3. Personally, I don't actually think the Unicorn aggro deck is going to work completely top tier, because I think there are just better aggro decks out there, but she's definitely good enough to go into it. So she's a 3.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything you said. Like, for Unicorn aggro, if it works, and I really hope it does, because that's kind of deck that I would love to play, it's a 3. Like, because Unicorn aggro can exist. And actually, like, partly because of this card, Unicorn aggro can exist. Like, it makes it way better. Also, she's also funny in that if she's the only one on the board, you can exhaust herself to give herself power if you really need white wreck.
That's true, isn't it?
I'm saying that because that actually happened to me.
I think because I'm so on the fence with it, I have to put it at 3 because it's literally the middle. It's not a great answer, but there you go.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Next card.
Thorax?
Thorax. I put him at 3, which is exactly the same what I put the Pharynx we saw earlier, because I think this card is just very similar to Pharynx. That's my opinion on it.
I think Pharynx is slightly better than this, just as a card. Although this card is hilarious with Pharynx because you stack your triggers in the correct order and he gets huge.
The triggers automatically stack in the correct order.
Yeah, you have to do it like that. You can't even order them. You have to add the pluses first and then you double the power.
This is one of the main reasons why that card's insane in Octavia. Octavia Changelings, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for me, this card basically gets the same rating as Pharynx because they both go in the same deck. And yeah.
So 3s.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say 3. Oh, itchy.
Next.
Yellows.
Yellow.
So I'll preface this. We're saying, first of all, this card's a 1, but I know I've said it before. This set, yellow is going to make it. I'm going to say that. This set, yellow has got it. It's going to be meta.
I think so, at least.
But not because of this card.
Not because of this card. This card's a 1.
Yeah, I also put it at 1, but she can be 2, because I can see this card being in Octavia Yellow. Because with Octavia you really want to have a friend at a problem. And this is a friend that is always at a problem. And she's also one friend for one, which is Octavia quite likes those. So I think she can be considered there at the very least. But still a 1, because I don't really think Octavia Yellow is a thing that we're going to see right now.
Yeah, I'm on 1. I mean, I want it to be good because I like the effect. I always liked Breezy's, but I ended up not running it even though I liked it.
Fair enough. Next card.
Next card. Fluttershy. So this is my second 5, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because I think the Pegasus deck is honestly really scary. Scary in a good way, though. Like as a control player, I was like putting the Pegasus scared because the deck looked so hard to play against, and this card was one reason why.
So when I read this card, rating-wise, it's either a 3 or a 5. Because if it has consistent top-tier play, it's probably defining the meta because it gives everything persistent, which is a thing that you always have to keep in mind. But I don't know how good the Pegasus deck is, but, I mean, I'm biased to yellow, so I'm putting this at 5. Come on, yellow.
I'm putting this at 4, because I guess I agree with your point, Solve, but I don't know. Still a 4. Like, I think the card has to be bigger for me to have a bigger impact for me to call it meta defining, because like if you run removal, this card doesn't change the fact that you run removal. So I don't know, like I wouldn't call it as far as meta defining, but I think this card is really good. And I think Pegasus deck can be really good because there are some other cards which let that happen.
So next card?
That's fine.
Look, some draft chaff. And I think calming for me is like the most irrelevant keyword that's on some cards.
In core, yes. Harmony might have some runs for your money, but yes, in core.
Okay, Harmony has all sorts of random keywords nobody cares about.
Is that a pun?
I put this at 2 because it's a changeling. That's if it wasn't a changeling, yeah, 1.
Okay.
Okay, next card. One for me.
One.
One for me as well.
I'm
It's
like,
interesting.
if you want to run this card, you may as well run the limestone that costs 1, because can't contribute power to face-offs and agile are like two things that oppose so hard it feels weird that they actually printed this, especially at rare.
At rare, yeah, but like yellow. Some aggro yellow decks are actually like that's their thing. They're good at confronting stuff, but they're bad at winning face-offs. So they score points via some other ways, like Kratos or Timbo or Bunny. And like the fact that it can't contribute power to face-offs could be less relevant in those decks. But as I said before, I'm not convinced on agile, so.
It's a little weird to me actually to be looking at and saying 3 power, 2 agile. I already said that agile was good at 3 power, and I also just said that the Pegasus deck is good at 1. But I don't think it goes in the Pegasus deck, so I think that's still okay.
Yeah, I agree. Next.
I guess the application of this card is that you move it away, because it's called sitting out, that you move it away to prevent face-offs, because it doesn't contribute power to them, but that still feels too slim, especially as it costs 2 to do it. If they wanted the card to work that way, I feel like I would have put it at 2 if it read, this has Swift during your opponent's turn. So it can't just be like, I move it home. No, you don't face off because I've got not enough power.
You know, if you had Swift, you'd be so much better.
Oh, for sure.
Even if it was just Swift on your opponent's turn, I could see people giving it a try. Just because that slight option is useful.
Yeah, now that Agile exists, like obviously that ability makes no sense on a card that's not Agile. On a card that is Agile, it's interesting actually.
Anyway, next card.
Yep.
This card is adorable, a cool piece of design, and bad.
It's a shame. Yeah, I
wish the other keyword was something that you actually cared about, but it's calming too.
I think calming is good enough. I still rated it as 1 though, but I'm split between.
You clearly don't think calming is good enough, because otherwise.
Calming is fine. Like calming in the right places can be so annoying and can really disrupt your opponent.
Calming generally is a keyword that is defended by people who run yellow and want to convince themselves that it's good, honestly.
Hey, I run yellow, and I still was like, calming, ugh, when Equestrian Odysseys came out.
Like, every so often, it does help. I've had it be where, like, with Purple Yellow Sunburst, for example, the opponent just completely forgot about it, and then Scarface. Wait, I actually don't confront. Oh, that's so.
Yeah, that I think that's my main issue with calming. Calming's only good if your opponent just forgets about it, because it is very easy to play around.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're having to announce this guy has calming too, that kind of makes that less likely to happen in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like something really makes the card better if only their opponent forgets about it.
Yeah.
So next card?
Yep. Thorax.
This card makes me lament the fact that we got, like, what, 1, maybe 2 other changelings with chaos effects. I'm like, oh, come on.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I don't see this being good enough to make it into even the. Like, it's possible, which is why I'm giving it a 2, but it's also not going to happen, which is why I'm giving it a 2.
I feel like it's a 2 just because of Pharynx, Imagine during a face-off, flipping Thorax, putting him into play, and just like doubling your Pharynx that was at 4 already. Like, those situations sound hilarious enough that people might just like put this in as a 2-of or a 1-of just to be like, hey, I can flip this and it'll do stupid things. But I don't actually think it's good.
Yeah. I don't have anything to add. It's a 2 for me. Next card.
Next card.
Thunderlane. Meals to go.
Is a 1.
Okay, I have
I
a lot of
still-
convincing to do, apparently.
So I have this card up at 4.
Whoa.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
why I went, whoa.
I see. Okay. Because it is, I think, for one thing, the best yellow entry card in the game. Yeah.
Is
And you can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm saying-
No.
Let's see. Let's go. Let's have a look at all the yellow entry.
There's Kind Pony, which I think is better, which returns a friend with cost or a power, I don't remember, 2 or less into
If you have
Hovner's hand.
yellow character.
If you have another yellow character, yes. And there's also Thorax, earning his wing, which has experienced. And I think, like, I would rather have Thorax,
I was
because...
about to say, like, I would rather have experienced because having extra copies get bigger is nice.
Yeah, and, like, Agile, I don't see myself using Agile on the 2-power friends.
Enough.
Like, as I said before, I'm not convinced on Agile enough, and this doesn't help.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I think, so here's what I think.
The best Pegasus deck is blue-yellow, probably Skittling Me.
And in the Pegasus deck, for reasons that you say we're going to this card is usually going to have more than 2 power. It's going to have 3 or 4, perhaps. And that's when Agile starts getting really good. And because it's such a strong yellow entry and the best main for that kind of deck is blue, it's going to get run in all the Pegasus decks.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair. But no, I still put it at
But
2.
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'd be fine if this card is actually, like, people will run it a lot. I think Agile is a fun mechanic.
Next cut.
Yep. Splash, I mean,
this-
Yona.
Sorry.
It's Yona.
Oh, did I just totally miss Valley Trend?
Yeah, I was
Oh
gonna
wait,
say, isn't it
maybe
Valley
I
Trend?
did. Maybe I did.
How dare! Very rude.
Like, whatever.
I think if the Pegasus deck is good, this is in it because it's resource dismissal. The Pegasus deck will buff this thing's power, and it'll have Swift, so you'll be moving a 2 or 3 power friend for 1 action token, which is good.
Yeah, interesting. I actually came up with that argument kind of on the fly, and now that I'm for this card too. Well, maybe it is like I have it at 2, but maybe it's a 3 actually.
I was going to give it a 3 because honestly, anything that dismisses resources is good nowadays.
Yeah. I mean,
especially as it has a lot of tribal stuff to support it. It seems fine. Like it seems like a solid card.
My score here is 2 initially, though I am kind of inclined to 3, so it's kind of between 2 and 3. Like, my point is, so the thing is, when I put this at 2, I thought, would you run this instead of Brian? And initially I thought no, but now that I think like it will have Swift, it will have probably more than 1 power. And the other thing is that Fluttershy exists now. The one that gives everyone persistent. So You might actually run this over, Brian. So yeah, I guess it's... Yeah, I guess I'll change it to 3. I'm convinced.
Hey. Next card.
That's good.
Yep.
Actually, Yona this time.
Yeah.
I like how that card was literally just, I make everyone put it at 3. Pretty funny. Anyway, this one, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
it's
it.
splash attack on a friend.
It's a shame, actually. The different these across.
Ooh, Cursed is lagging for me hard there.
Yes, he keeps
Sorry.
cutting out.
We
It's a
did not-
shame because and then you
The-
just sort of kept up.
The student different. Sorry, do you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
The whole cycle, the student to friendship cycle, got bad reviews, generally speaking. I believe that's true.
I think for this card specifically, I think like there are just better ways for yellow to deal with troublemakers than this. And it is a yak, which means no tribal synergies.
At all.
It's such a shame.
Which is weird. Like, I thought they were going to do tribal for all the variants, but I guess they're doing tribal for what printed it. What mains were printed in this set? Was it common or uncommon they were printed at?
Uncommon.
Uncommon. I guess they're just doing the tribes the mains were printed at, and then
Yes.
obviously the main Earth, Pegasus
Ah.
Unicorn.
I think it's the other way around. We got these mains because of the 3 tribals.
Yeah. This set had the mains of the tribes that needed a little extra. Or rather, that didn't have mains before.
Yep.
But yeah, it's me.
Maybe we'll get some yak synergy next. They'll be smashing.
I'm guessing we'll complete all 6 by the next set or the set after or something like that.
I don't know, like, Hippogriff is weird. Because technically, Hippogriff and Sea Pony are the same.
Yeah.
Which is wonky.
It's like Twilight being a unicorn and alicorn depending on time.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
That's current.
Well, another Yona.
Ariana.
Persistent, swift, and when you confront this card's problem, you may put an opposing friend with 3 or more power into its owner's hand. Oh yeah, I have seen this before. I just didn't remember.
Yeah, this was a spoiler. This is the actual art, not the promo art.
That's why I didn't recognize.
Yeah, I love the promo.
Yeah, this is just good.
Mm-hmm.
It like I feel like the times where it's not relevant are infrequent. I think the only thing that might make this card like not a 4 is the fact it has 4 requirement and is in yellow. And is a yak, so it's not like you can be like, oh, shove it in my cool tribal synergy deck because it's like cool, it does nothing.
I think that mono yellow is good enough. In fact, it might be very good, and that's why I'm willing to give this card a 5. Because it finds in that deck.
Yep. It's great in mono yellow and like it's she just smashes things. Like it's a consistent removal. And there are a lot of friends that have 3 or more power. Like Fume, you would love them. I guess Fume is a very bad example. But there are cards that you want to put back into the hand with 3 or more power, especially since it's not a one-time effect.
Yeah.
And she
since
has
yellow is
Swift.
so good at confronting problems, it's not hard at all to
Yep.
get that effect to go out.
Yep, and like many cards that have like when you confront to do something, their big problem is that you usually don't want to move it back. But this one has Swift, which really helps.
Just makes it easy to put back. I'd give it a 4. I don't think it's going to quite warp the meta around needing to get rid of it or anything, but it's just going to be strong and annoying.
Okay. That's the end of the single color friends.
Woo.
Now the multicolor. Gallus and Smolder. Not convinced. 1.
Yeah. I think like I put together an orange-blue deck with some red in it, but it was kind of like a mixture. Willing to give it a 2 just for that, but I'm not super convinced.
I think my issue with this card is it feels like it has a blue effect on it and an orange effect on it without thinking about like properly if they synergize or not. Because like, you can move this at immediate, but it's specifically when you confront its problem. So the slim use for that is paying 2 to move your 2 for 2 to make it solve a problem again, so that you can win a face-off slightly better. Which is just no, don't do that. Just play good cards.
Sounds like a 1.
Yep.
Okay, next up.
Yep.
And you and I are backwards on this one, Rock.
Hmm?
We're on
Yeah.
torch, right?
Yeah, we're on Torch. Can you repeat what you said?
I said that you and I are backwards. This time I'm the guy saying the card is just not good at all.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it's okay. Like, I've seen people play Spike, and this is kinda Spike. So, that's why 2.
I think I would put this at 1 just because it reminds me of the Rainbow Dash from Equestrian Odysseys, the super rare that has competitive 3, and you can pay 1 to give it +2 power, I think, as well.
You can pay 1 to give it like competitive more, or
Yeah, I think it's
Or-
that.
Oh, it's specifically competitive, I guess.
There's
Yeah, it
Spike.
reminds me a lot of that card, and that does not see play anymore.
There's Spike, which is Dream Big, but I guess Spike had Swift, which makes him much better.
And he's monocolor.
Yeah, and he's monocolor, of course.
this card would only really be good if there was some orange blue dragon deck out there that I appreciate. And I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah. Next.
Next up.
Gabby.
It's
Is Gabby the best Griffin? I think she might be the best Griffin.
Like, it's the kind of card if you run a Griffin deck, you put it there, and if you don't run a Griffin deck, you don't put it there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's either like a 1 or a 3. And because I'm biased, as I said earlier, it's a 3.
Yeah. I think she's the best card in Griffins, and she's the reason why the deck has a shot. And so she's great.
Because you never run out of gas.
Yep, I agree. 3 for me.
Next card?
Yep. Gallus and Silverstream. You may do stuff when you win face-offs.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't think the effect is really relevant.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly do agree with you, even though I've got. The one thing that makes this card good is that it is hasty. Hasty 2 cost, 4 power into a face off isn't terrible, and Gallus likes hasty Griffins quite a lot. There's a world out there where where you play this for 1 because and it has like that application, I think.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Like, it's a hasty friend, which you can play, and competitive too is nice. But the effect on it is really not relevant.
Mhm.
Yeah, like the issue is this card has 2 lines of text in most cases. But the 2 lines of text aren't bad. I just think the thing that holds this card back is the 3/3 requirement. If it was like 2/2, I would like it a lot more because I think that's just a bit like it's easier enough.
Yep.
But so I put it at 2, and if it was 2/2, I'd put it at 3.
Yeah,
enough.
I agree. Next card?
Nice card. Daring Do.
Daring Do.
When you confront this card's problem, gain 1 action token, Swift.
Mhm. That is admittedly not a terrible line of text.
No,
I'm not entirely sure what kind of deck blue-purple looks like. in this
yeah.
meta.
I was about to say I don't know what blue purple is as a deck right now.
So, I have a blue-purple deck, which is a Troublemaker control deck. And I don't think I would run this there, just because there's simply no room for it. Like, that deck is very tight. It's really hard to see what to cut. And, like, I don't even run Carrot there, because there's no place for it. But if there was place for it, for this card in particular, I would probably run it, because it's another 80 gen. And in control deck, you don't have to worry about it not confronting problems, because what usually happens in control, you confront one problem over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a 2 because, I mean, I don't think the blue-purple deck is there, but who knows? Yeah, someone might give it a go. Next card?
Yeah. Skybeak.
I like it, but I don't think it's good, so 1.
I think these two texts just don't work together, basically. Comparative and showy.
It's once again, it suffers from I'm doing a white thing and a blue thing itis, not these work together and it's cool because I'm blue-white.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Next.
Oof.
Now we get to this guy.
Oof.
That looks like Cloud Chaser with Flitter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This card is really good.
I think this is a 5 for me, just because it goes cool. You're playing blue-yellow now. Don't question it.
Yeah, I get
Play me on turn 1 with Trading Traditions, and then maybe have a 1-drop and go.
I get flashbacks of the early days when everyone hated Cloud Chaser, and yeah, those days may be returning.
I put it at 4 because I guess just my definition of meta defining is stronger. Because, like, people already play blue-yellow, this is just another great card to include it there. And, like, even for Pegasus deck, this is just another great Pegasus to include. It doesn't really, like, it doesn't create anything new in the meta. That's why I don't feel the 5 is justified, but 4 is definitely 4. That's my feeling.
See, for me, it's meta defining in my head because it literally just goes cool. Blue-yellow is now a good, like a really, really good deck because it has access to X.
Yeah, I mean,
just like if Stick had a specific color, we would all be saying that color is good because it has Stick.
But all colors have Stick.
Yeah, but I'm just using because stick is obviously such a
Yeah, but you
example
see,
of a card that is obviously meta defining.
yeah, you see, like, I would argue that stick wouldn't be meta defining in that case, because right now stick is meta defining because now everyone has to run resource removal. Because of, like, literally because of the stick. Now we have, like, free resource removal is mandatory thing, and maybe even more. But if stick was only in one color, I think, like, that wouldn't be that much of a thing. And, like, stick would be really, really, really good card still, but not meta defining. So I guess it's just a difference in our, like,
Yeah, slight difference
thinking
there.
of what meta defining is.
Like I kind of say that, you know, this card isn't single-handedly able to just like drag that. I almost look at like when I go through the cards, I almost like look at all
Oh.
and then say, okay, which of these cards are like the shining fours, the ones that are just going to absolutely make the decks amazing. And then those are the ones that, because, like, you know, you've got your decks that you're saying, okay, these, which are the cards that like are going to be, you know, the cards that, but when we're on stream, we're going to be tired of saying, oh yeah,
There's blah.
Yeah, that's
The next
fair.
card?
Yeah.
now to some extent, I think our ratings are all going to carry up, just not quite fives for this one, for much the same reasons.
So yeah, this is a 4, and I see that everyone else has given it a 4 because I think a set of words we've said way too many times already is Pegasus deck, and I think we can just leave it at that, honestly.
Yeah, if you run only Pegasus, it's basically all of your characters have +1 power, and that includes main characters, which is a big thing.
Mm-hmm. That is huge for yellow, obviously. With Nurturing Nature is just as big for blue, because Scoodlers have the problem always, and yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next.
Yeah.
2 for me. Interesting card, but I think, like, drawing cards for that much, especially with some restrictions, isn't that good.
Mm-hmm.
Too expensive.
It's true this card can sometimes draw you a lot. But, and like, if you could pair it with like a chaos effect, say, for example, that you knew was going to be great, and you had a good reason for drawing a pile of discard a pile of, then maybe I guess so. But
Well, the reason to draw a pile of cards is the other pink-orange card in this set.
all right, that's fair, I guess.
But the other pink-orange card in this set, I also don't think is that great, so...
Yeah, I just think, like, for 480 you have better things to do than drawing a bunch of cards and getting a 4-power character.
Yeah.
Well, in theory, you're drawing a bunch of cards and getting a 5-power friend, because it's got a Diligent one.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. But it doesn't change much, though.
Yeah, I think I'd give it a 2, just because I'm like, someone might break the card. Someone might do some wacky things with it.
Oh yeah,
But
there's some combat potential there.
But
Yeah,
I don't think there's enough going on.
Yeah, that is the text that's running underneath that old. Why would someone want to draw a whole pile of? Maybe they're starting a combo. But yeah, 2s across the board.
Yep. Next card. Oh, it's that another.
The reason why you
pink.
want to draw a bunch of cards, but it also costs 4. Ah, yes, let's go for 8 action tokens to get that synergy of 1 big friend.
I gave her 3. I think her primary thing is not that much that he's a big friend, which she most likely is going to be, but the fact that she draws you cards. Like, I think that part is what makes her good.
That is pretty significant, honestly, yes. For my taking, it wasn't quite enough to pull her up from 2 to 3. I think I didn't actually put together the Earth Pony deck and it
I
was a 2.
think my issue with cards that just draw cards is that a purple card that makes an action token is basically just strictly better because you can pay 1 to draw a card.
Yeah, but if you're not playing purple,
But if you want a giant clutch of cards, etc., why not just play purple?
If you're not playing purple, then that's your first mistake.
okay, yeah, that's fair point. I agree there. I think
yeah,
I'm
like,
going to rate
put
1
this
to
at
everything.
2 just because I put the other one at 2, and if that card's good, this card's probably also good with. But yeah, my issue is just like this just feels worse than literally any AT generator. Pick any, and it can draw you a card.
Was that a 2 or a 1 for you?
2, because as I said, if the other one's good, this one's good as well because it just goes with it. As you draw a bunch of cards and then just go, this has 8 billion power.
Okay, next.
Next up. Caldera. So this one was one of our cards, or well, my card, I guess, technically, the way it worked out. And I never really found a place to put it, honestly. So I'm willing to entertain it at a 2, but maybe it's just a 1.
Yeah, I agree. Paying 1 to frighten isn't that great, and it doesn't even have stubborn. And like putting a +1 power counter after you do that, not convinced. So it's a 2 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still on 2 as well. So I'm like, hey, if you can make use of him, the incidental power counters that you'd stick probably elsewhere and at worst on him is fine. But I just don't think he does enough. So next card?
Yep.
On to some more exciting fare.
Spike.
Yeah.
He's
Spike
between.
actually,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, Spike is actually really good, I think. In the particular, either in the Dragon mid-range deck that like is like kind of a farming deck of sorts, and also kind of an aggro deck, and also in the where Smolder, however she ends up working deck as well. And basically, like even though I think Smolder is only getting a 3, the fact that he can go in that other deck is enough to pull him up to a 4 for me.
I think he's a free, because I think he's really, really good in Dragon decks. But outside of the Dragon decks, I don't really think it's what you really want. Like, I guess he's really good, but free. I think he's a solid 3, and like he's between 3 and 4. Like it's a card that goes between for me.
So I think 3 as well. But I feel like if you're running orange purple, chances are you're running Spike, because chances are you're running Troublemakers for 1. So you're going to have the Troublemakers face-offs to make it so that this card just kind of gets bigger incidentally. But I don't know if purple orange is amazing, so I'm putting it at 3.
I think purple orange is good enough. Dragons make a lot of things.
Rar.
Okay, next.
Next up. What it's worth, I think we're about halfway through it.
Let's see.
Yes. This is exactly the middle.
It's all downhill from here, boys.
Wait, is it? I thought we had every ultra rare to.
I mean, figuratively speaking. Anyway, Mudbriar. Like, I didn't put a whole lot of thought into what the what the best orange-white thing is these days. So this card is like, it certainly has some potential, but I don't think there's a deck waiting for it at the moment.
You see, like, the more I read this card, the more I like it. Mainly because the Sweetie Rarity Car card exists. And you can just be like, cool, there we go, he's got 5 power. And, like, it's not that hard to make him a 2 for 5. Which is cool. 2 for 5s are cool.
Yeah, I put him at 2. I personally think his effect is really great, both of them. My issue with it is the requirement, which is 4 for both of the colors, which is a lot.
Yeah. That is
like
if he's not easy to play.
Moondancer and Exact Duplicate, and like, are there any other cards that have that curve?
I'm not sure.
I think those are the only two. Which, like, I want to say that's a sign that he's, but I don't know. Because those two cards were both very powerful in the particular decks wanted to use them.
I don't think Cloney really counts here. Was Cloney seen outside of the combo decks?
Well, no, but she enables so many combo decks.
Yeah, but this one probably doesn't, so.
No, it doesn't. But like, if the theory that we're going with is said, okay, only a few, like only if you're really, really dedicated should you be able to have that. If you move that logic over, then maybe this card would be too.
I guess. But I still think that the rec is too high, even though the ability is good.
I think to me this card is a 2 because I don't have faith in Orange White in the first place. Even though I know if Orange White's good, this card will be there. Because you'll make sure your deck can play this because it's good.
Fair. Next card.
Smoldering Sandbar.
Now I think this card is good. At least for free, it's enough to be free. So if you're playing an orange-white aggro deck, which can definitely be a thing, this is basically a 4 power for 2. And I think that's great. And it's basically a 2 free power every turn after that. Well, I guess you have to discard the card as well, which is the big downside here, but still. I think it's good enough to be seen in some aggro decks. Orange-white
I also
aggro decks.
feel like you're looking at it a little wrong. Because the way I look at it is it's a 2 power friend that also can make 2 power by discarding a card. Because it doesn't have to be the problem it's at or anything. So you can just leave this at home and not care and still reduce by 2.
Yes.
Which is probably the biggest strength of the card. Because if it was here, I would be putting it at 1. But because it's anywhere, I'm putting it at 2. Because once again, as I said, I don't have huge faith in orange-white right now. But this is another, if it is a deck, this will be your Trading Traditions into friend. Because yes, please.
Yeah, I think I did actually just move this up to a 3 based on both of those. I think like as entry, this is like pretty good, and it's like this can turn 1 confront most starting problems if you're running a deck that wants to do that. You know, if it's a 4 or less requirement, this will turn 1 confront it.
If you're both running Trading Traditions, it solves your opponents.
So maybe
if you want to run some really super fast aggro thing that just wants to, that gives you another point to get started with. It's maybe enough to convince me that it's worth looking at orange white.
Next card.
Big Daddy McColt.
It's another agile when you confront effect that I'm just like, it just costs too much if you want this to happen twice.
Yeah, this
Especially when it's a single discard, not like if they discarded 2, I'd be like, yeah, okay, maybe you want to do this because you can neg for them, which is crazy. But just -2ing them by paying an extra 2 to move this again is like,
It's less convincing, that's for sure.
yeah, it's not too convincing.
I don't know if this is the card that's going to pull orange yellow. Orange yellow was the colors everyone was so excited about. First of all, this doesn't work with treading water, and yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Even though it's a 2 for me, I think like if I would be building an orange yellow deck, I would probably at least think about it, and then it probably wouldn't end up in my decks. That's my opinion.
For me, it's a 1. Orange yellow is just not really there, and what it does isn't big enough. Next card. It's just words. So many words.
Mostly reminder text, notably.
Yeah, I know, right? Imagine how clean this card would be if it was Meticulous 2, comma, Eccentric 2, and then when this card enters play, draw 2. Be so neat.
Yeah, I'm willing to give this card a 3 just because it's potentially good enough to make it into BRB. Potentially. Like, not obviously good enough, but that card draw is not terrible.
No, I don't really see it in BRB myself. To expand, like, BRB... The only 4-power friend that BRB runs is Tempest and Grubber, and that actually really helps the deck. This just provides some, like, miscellaneous effects that you don't really care that much about.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced on it. Like, draw 2 cards is fine, but paying 4 for a 4 friend is a lot. So I'm giving it a 2. Just like, my point is, like, if you're paying 4 for a friend, it has to do something like
really good.
Way better than this.
We're talking Thunderlane, we're talking Tempest and Grubber, etc.
Yep. Yeah. So a 2.
Solving?
Yeah, mine's a 2 as well. Someone might give it a go, but I don't think it's good enough in comparison to other things we've seen.
Okay, next card. I remember this one.
Yeah, that feels like it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a while.
Anyway, pink-white, obviously everyone thinks of Bodyguard. I think this is and of course pink-white has a lot of 1/1 cards already, but I think this one is good enough to see it. If Silverstream decides to go white, I think it goes in. And whatever the pink-white deck ends up looking like, this has a chance, I think. Well, okay, I should be saying more than that because I'm giving it a 4. So I should say it's gonna work, not that it has a chance of working.
I agree. Like, this is yet another card which I would put like in the middle between 3 and 4, because 3 I think is kind of low for it, but 4 is kind of high for me. Yeah, but I think it is really good for what it gives for just 180. Like, you're at least getting some use out of it, unless like the opponent plays a dilemma or something.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game. Like, in the early game, this card really wrecks.
I think 3 for myself. Kind of just for the reasons you discussed. I don't really have anything to add.
Fair enough. Next card.
I love this card so much.
I love the flavor text so much.
It's a 3 just because it's so hefty cost, but I love it. It's super cool. And I think it's my favorite quote unquote stealing effect, because even if they frighten it, no matter what they do, they don't get their thing back. You just kill Chrissy.
Mm-hmm. I put it at 3 myself, but I do think that you don't usually play this card, you usually cheat it into play with other things.
Oh, you're gonna be redeeming qualities in this. You're gonna be portaling this, and it's just gonna be like ha ha, ha as you laugh maniacally.
Yep. Also find the music in you, which brings a 1 or less cost friend. I mean power friend for 180. I think that's quite nice.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think so. Like, there's going to be some hilarious plays with this because it's an as this card enters play. So you're going to like banish a thing with an enters play trigger that's also removal, and it's just going to be like, oh, good, you just 2 for 1'd me in this really wacky way, and you still have a friend at the end of it.
yeah, that's actually a really good point. I think this card is great against BRB. Because BRB runs friends that do something, then they enter play.
Yeah, so like you can play this, banish Tempest Grubber, and then top something. Seems pretty good.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And like, so that's why I'm like, it has to cost at least 5. Like as a card. If they put this at 4, I'd just be like, what have they done? I need 12 of this. Because it's such like, because the game has so many friends that are also removal. This is a friend that is 2 removal. In lots of cases. Like, even like Rutherford, playing this and then also Rutherfording something after banishing the Rutherford, like, even that's gonna feel good.
Copy their Berry Punch and Orange Swirl and then steal something else.
Yeah, like there's so much you can do.
Yeah.
Cursed?
Yeah, I'm back. I
Hey,
had her down as a 2, just because I like it. It's true that pulling her out. I just don't know if that's enough to see her go into a deck. She's cool. She's interesting. I love the card. I love the flavor. Just not quite sure on it enough.
Yeah, that's fair. Next card?
yeah. So it's an agile card that like uses agile in a good way. Yes.
Yeah, this card really kind of flew under the radar for me. I like looked over the OCR and it didn't really stand out to me. And it was only actually when I was putting the slides together for this. Now that's actually a really good ability.
Yes. It's like Troublemaker phase. Okay. Main phase. Just move, turn it face down. Cool. Like, there's all sorts you can do just to mess with things. Because all you have to do is pay 2 action tokens and move this. And you get that ability off. And you can do it at any time.
Yeah.
Like, I think my favorite little thing with this is like, okay, so you're causing a double face off. Or, you know, you're causing something that will remain a problem is going to be replaced. Okay, move this, flip it down. I'm going to keep my one along. to the next, to the next problems and things like that. Just seems
Yeah.
like it can maintain your own troublemakers.
That is a good point, but I think that's not what pink yellow will.
Oh yeah,
usually
no,
do.
I'm not saying that's what it's going to be used for, but the fact that it can do that is just neat.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
true.
what I was saying. Like, it's just it can also do this while being a card that has obvious application. It can also do this side thing that I think could be relevant sometime.
Yeah, that's fair. I have this too because I think there's like doing troublemaker tricks, like sitting behind. Like if this was in purple or something, it would be great. But this is not in purple. This is in pink yellow, and pink yellow don't usually sit behind troublemakers. And if they want to use it on the opponent's troublemakers, I think there are just better ways to deal with troublemakers in yellow.
Fair enough. I just think this being a consistent source of just keeping them at bay is nice.
Yeah.
Unlike paying 3 action tokens to do it once.
Being able to kind of, it kind of functions a little bit. I don't know, maybe a little bit like blue yellow Fluttershy pirate. Just like have us on the field and say, all right, well, your troublemakers aren't really going to help when it comes to confronting time because I'm just going to shuffle this around. They're going to go away, and I'm going to start a face-off.
But unlike Fluttershy, that's a 5 ET investment into the first effect, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but in pink yellow, chances are you're making it so that it doesn't cost too much to move or something like that. I would hope.
Anyway, did you have the numbers for me?
Oh,
Did you have a
am I dead?
number?
Am I dead? Oh, I'm alive. I was saying, like, in pink yellow, it feels like you can make it so that you can get the effect off for cheaper than doing 5 initial investment.
Yeah, no, I mean your rating.
Oh, I haven't said. Just because I don't know if pink yellow's a deck, I'm going to put a 2. But if I had confidence in pink yellow as a deck, it would be 3.
Fair enough.
Okay, next card.
Yep.
So, Hithrock, it's your job to explain to us why this card's amazing. Your experience with it.
This card is insane if you're playing unicorns. You just banish everything. Like, I tried a unicorn control deck a couple of times with this card, and what usually happened that our game lasted for 3 hours. But at the end of those 3 hours, my opponent was without cards in their deck, or discard pile, or board. Basically unable to win the game. That's how I won the game.
Yeah, but the issue is, we're talking about tournament play, and,
Yeah.
they have rounds, and they have time limits.
Like, if we have, like, in an environment without a time limit, the unicorn deck, like, I'm talking about the deck here, not this card in particular, so this card enables the deck, basically. It's really, really good. Can be at least really, really good because of Starlight, which we will get next, and because of Trixie, and because white is such a color that likes to rehash things, like cleaning up and things like that. You're going to portal this so much, and it has a Meticulous too. Like if the second ability wasn't enough, it also has a Meticulous too, which lets you filter your deck. So yeah, I'm convinced that this card is really good. That's why I'm giving it a 4, and it basically enables unicorn control to work.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the reason why I give it 5. I think Unicorn Control is going to be kind of the forerunner of Control set. And it's going to be good. And this card makes it work. So, it's a 5. Like, this is the card that I have been hearing whispers from certain channels. Oh, Unicorn is going to be real good, etc. And I was like, I'm not sure. And then I see this card, like, oh, that's why it works.
Yep, that's exactly my experience. Like, Unicorn Control, I'm not really sure what will come out of it, and then this card gets revealed. Actually saw it a little bit earlier than it was revealed, but still. And it's like, oh, I see, it's a Petite Sneeze, but on a unicorn. which you can portal. And like
Yeah,
the
like the fact that they've just printed this is kind of baffling to me because it's like Petite Sneeze costs 3, requires you to discard 2 cards, and isn't a friend with an enters play trigger.
and there's not a unicorn, which is very important here.
It's like, okay, cool. For 1 action token and a slight requirement into a second color, you just sort of gain all these upsides that is just so worth it. It's unreal.
But to be fair, Petite Sneeze was quite a bad card. Like the only reason I think it's so play is because
It's
there's
because it reads banish anything.
it's just because there's no better resource removal in white. Like what would you run instead? There's nothing. You have to splash into the other color. And that's also the part why this card is really good, because like, oh, now I don't really have to include cracking the case, because this is my cracking the case. Because I can portal it and stuff. Or I don't really have to worry about not having as much resource removal anymore, because this is my resource removal. Like, the fact that it provides such a huge versatility, as well as being a unicorn, which synergizes really well with everything else unicorn, is just, oh.
4 or 5 solving?
5.
I'm at 4
Mainly because I feel like there could be a situation where this gets banned. If it gets out of control.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you think it could get banned, I think you can't put it not at 5.
That is a fair thing to say, yeah.
Next.
Next up.
I think this card is great. And it earns a 4. Okay.
For similar reasons, yeah. Originally I didn't think this. I thought it was more of a card in mine than aggro.
You're cutting out quite badly. I think you want to repeat that.
Okay. I was going to say, like, yeah, this works fine. I originally didn't think this worked great in Unicorn Control. I originally thought it was for aggro, and it is good in aggro, notably, but in the control deck, because you're portaling everything all the time, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah. I think my biggest issue with this card is we basically said everything we could say about it when it was spoiled. I don't think I've learned anything new since its release. I'm just like, yeah, it's a good card.
We learned about old money. I guess that's a big thing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say old money is what made this good. It's old money gave this a deck to be in.
Yep.
And so I already said everything I had to say about it, except now you remove the phrase if there's a deck for it. Because there is.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, next.
Ocean Flow.
2.
It's adorable, but it's a 1.
Yep.
Even the art's adorable. Look at that boop. But it's a 1.
I am more optimistic on this. Like, I can see people experimenting this in yellow-purple decks. But I think like it's too expensive to use. It's nice to see like a control effect on like agile control effect, but it's just a huge investment to use.
3 action tokens to move an opponent's friend.
Well, this card really kind of highlights that weird dichotomy of agile, where I'm too much. And then other cards you look at and like, wow. And that's why agile is just such a hard keyword to figure out.
Yeah.
But either way, it's a 1 for me. Too expensive.
Next.
Fair. Now this is definitely not too expensive.
Indeed.
What are you talking about? You have to pay a total of, I don't know, I can't think of like stupidly expensive shit. Okay, you have to pay a total of 11 if you want to play this and 2 Chrissies to get a point. There you go. Ignore the value gained over time while doing that.
Yeah. Now this card is. It's interesting actually because I put together a couple of changeling decks that didn't include this because other things crowded them out. I'm starting to come around to the idea that I think Thimble actually only works in the Ocellus changeling deck, and the Octavia changeling deck, notably, of course. And like he's great in those decks. I'm just not super sure if that deck's top tier. Like that's the distinction between 5 and 4. Is that I don't think he goes in decks that are going to be amazingly good, but he definitely goes in decks that are going to be really good, and he's the reason why they're really good.
Yeah, it's a 4 for me. I think the great part, like one of the greatest part about him, that he's a changeling himself, and we have the herd of adoring fans, which really helps this out, and it's in the same colors. So I do think that if you're running white yellow, you're probably running this. Cursed, like you're saying that you can see this in a changeling and like in Octavia and the Ocellus decks. What other white yellow decks do you think you're going to be good?
Like that's the thing. I tried the like the hats took up too much space. I think yellow, like if you're running a yellow main like a Thorax list, you run Bunyip instead, and I think it's actually better. So I think it only works when you're going from the white side rather than when you're going from the yellow side. Funnily enough. There is also a very weird and possibly goodish OTK deck that I want to try.
Oh yeah. Fair enough.
Just gotta make like 7 Timble tokens, play a Simulo, and you're good.
I mean, you can make it like pile kinda, where you don't necessarily score 15 points, but you like play a little bit aggro-ish in the beginning, like score like to 5 or something, and then just finish the game off by scoring like 8 or 10 points immediately.
Yeah, that's possible too. Did you give it a... Yeah, sorry?
Yeah, I think it's good. I just don't know if the deck's good, but apparently it's good to use, so I'll give it 4. That's basically where I am with it.
Sure. All right, we're through the multicolors.
Colors, friends.
Ocellus.
It's weird, and I think it's a 1 because I don't think there's an Ocellus you transform into this, and you're ridiculously happy.
3 Ocellus, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like, I don't think a deck's going to pay 5 for this card.
Yeah, it is kind of the...
Maybe a blue deck would, but then it has Thunderlane.
Yeah.
Like, that's the issues. It's like...
Yeah. This kind of feels like... I remember a long time you asked for like a better solving. This is kind of like better Prismatic.
Sort of, but like it doesn't gain the colors.
Yeah.
Which is annoying. Because if it gained the colors, I think I'd give it a 2 because it's really good for getting wreck. Because all you have to do is have a character of that color and suddenly you have enough. But like, yeah. Prismatic is cool. And Prismatic is so specific to like how like crystal and stuff that it's never gonna come back, and I'm sad.
Yeah, I think it's a 2. It's like you can entertain the idea of running this, especially in blue-yellow, because like the blue-yellow, blue-yellow are the strongest things here. So pink and white are also pretty good because like getting immediate eccentric with agile is quite nice, especially when your opponent doesn't know, like they have to think about the fact that you can just have eccentric to it any given problem, and like. Yeah, but I think it's a 2. And in limited, this is a 5.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's
With,
crazy.
especially with Sclerite, which gives you 2 colors for 1 AT. Ooh, it was great.
But also, this card in limited is hilarious because I always find myself running random 2-for-2 entries in other colors, and suddenly drawing them's like, yes, it's got this random keyword now.
I mean, Sclerite, it's just one other friend, which you really like playing in limited anyway.
Yeah, and you're just like, man, I don't need colors, so I'm just going to give this guy 2 abilities.
Yep.
So anyway, speaking of Sclerite, next card.
Yep.
I think this is a 1 because Trading Traditions exists. If Trading Traditions gets banned or something, suddenly this goes to being a 2, maybe a 3. But right now, you may as well just play Trading Traditions than putting this in your deck to give you 1 rec in each color.
I'm
Yeah,
not
go
that
ahead.
sure. Because, like, one thing that I see happening in this set, especially, is that we're going to see a lot more tricolors and above, possibly. And, like, in those kind of decks where, say, you're running tricolor and a main that really wants Lacking Lessons instead of Train Traditions. This being the card that can give you both your Factory Jack and your, I don't know, Shopkeeper or something, has that potential to work. It's a bit of a niche usage, but I feel like it's something.
No, I think there aren't enough decks that run a 1/1 rec cards off color, both off color.
Well, they're not both off color. You just have some, like, they're both on your, one on your color, other a different color, right?
So,
So, yeah,
if you use it like that, it's basically a 1 power Kevin, no? For 118.
Well, yes, I suppose.
I don't know, I'm not convinced that that's what decks really want. So, 2.
It is also a one cost chain. That is something as well.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is-
true.
That's a small point, but yeah.
So next card.
Yep. EEA.
Card strikes fear into many a heart, I'm sure.
So, my take on this, why I rated this at 4, because if I'm looking from the combo perspective, of course. If a combo deck doesn't run any like immediate effects for the combo, you definitely include this card there. Because this is the perfect protection.
Yeah. This is one of those cards that kind of, excuse me, plays a little bit where, yes, I don't want to acknowledge that that combos are out there, but they are. And this deck is good, as this card's good in them. And so, like, I kind of feel like I have to give it a 4 because combos exist, and yeah, that's just frank. I'm moving to a 4.
Outside of the combo, though, I don't think there's much use for it. I mean, there are decks that don't run immediates, but still.
Yeah, I've found a couple of decks that were, but only at like some cost. That's why I was giving it a, but we can't ignore combo.
You see, like, in my head, when I read this effect, I'm like, oh, it's got to have a 5 because this is crazy. But, like, it doesn't stop you from actually playing those cards with immediate written on them. So it's not going to change how people build decks. You can still belly flop this. You just have to do it later.
Yep.
So when I first read it, I'm like, oh, it's definitely a 5, right? Because if it's good, and if people play it, people are going to change how they build their decks. But when you think about it, it won't. Because you still just get to play your cards. You just do it later. So your deck's not changing. You're just changing how you play. So I think that's why it would sit at a 4.
I think it was, if it actually disallowed you to play belly flops and stuff, it would be auto-include in every deck.
Kind of, yeah.
It actually does by the current rules, because the new rules haven't been released yet. With the current rules, you actually can't play belly flop with this card in play. But it's gonna be changed when the update is released, which I don't know when.
In time for Vancouver, I hope.
Yeah, I really hope. Okay, to the events we go.
To the events. We're not done with friends, but we're done with friends for a little while.
Okay.
So we spent a whole long portion of the stream. Not this card, I don't think. It's not good enough even for the Pegasus deck.
Yeah, I think I would rather run a Rainbow Connection.
Yeah. That's why I put it at 1 in my head.
It's I gave it a 2 because it's another face-off trick you can consider for Gallows deck, but other than that.
Yeah, like it's true that in the Pegasus deck especially, this is 2-cost win face-offs for the rest of the turn, which is not nothing, but there are better options, I think.
Mm-hmm. Next card?
Next up.
I like this card. It gets 4 because it's not like, oh my gosh, because they have Defend the Hive, I need to change my deck. It's just a neat card.
Yeah. This is applicable far beyond Changeling deck. This is 1 cost, move your Thorax, main, of course. 1 cost in Changelings, move your Timble over because there are Changelings over there. There are a lot of great things that you can use this on.
I think it's good even without Harmony Changeling. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
like
immediate
Yellow's been
move.
lacking a card like this for a long time, and now it has it, so I feel like it's a 4 by default pretty much.
Yeah. It's also great in farming as well, the whatever yellow farming deck you want to pull together, because this is move to the problem pre-Troublemaker phase.
Mm-hmm.
So next card?
Yep.
Sorry, we all your 4s?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm still not sure on this one. But I think my favorite thing about Detention is that if you have the Trixie out, it costs 1 and you get 1 back, which is
It is good.
that's like really good.
It is good, but it's
It's the words main phase. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We love doing this immediately. And if this card's bad, it's because it has the word main phase on.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much that. Like, it's not the cost, it's not the requirement. It's the main phase. Putting friends on top of the deck on the main phase.
I think if it wasn't main phase, I'd probably say 4. But because it is main phase, I think it gets dragged all the way to 2. Maybe it could be 3, but I think it's 2.
Personally, it's 1 for me because
Oh.
Even in my mono purple, like make as much room for events as possible with this one.
But if you're making more room for events, that means you're running less unicorns, so it's less good anyway.
Yeah, you could kinda run this in Unicorn aggro, like put something on top, do a double face off, but
Yeah, I was going to say, put something on top, cause a face off in some way, and then it's tucked
Mhm.
and gone.
Like that was the application I thought was most important, because as a free event, that's a free double on your smoke and mirrors or whatever, and that's good.
Yep. But other than that, yeah. I think the other I want to add about this card is I think the one thing to consider is that other than Nupcakes, which is restricted. Purple doesn't have that much removal. And like in purple orange, what else would you have for removal?
Good point, yeah.
So that's why it's a 2 for me, because I think like because of just the lack of removal in some colors, this card will be at least tried out and then probably cut. It has a Trixie on it, bonus points.
Gets a 10 out of 10. How's Trixie on it? So
Yeah.
next card.
Yep.
That's fine.
Someone will experiment with it. 2, I don't think is actually that great though. Next.
Yeah, kind of similar, honestly. The movement is not bad, and the Troublemaker Banish is not bad. But I don't know. Like, there is a deck that runs Cadence, probably, but I don't know if that deck has enough blue in it to even to support this outside of Cadence itself.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Also 2.
2 as well.
Next.
Next up. All right, we alluded to this one a little ways back. Gemstone Feast. It's essentially a, let me see, kind of like a super meticulous that you get to use once.
Yep.
Which, yeah, to be fair, like, especially in a control deck where, and I imagine this is only going in, you know, sometimes I've certainly been in that position where it's like you just need to, whether it's your first portal or whatever. And yeah, being able to just dig 5 or 6 cards deep for 118, that's definitely good.
I think this card is great. Like, it's very, very, very good, especially in Dragon Tribal deck. I'm just not sure if Dragon Tribal deck will be like a top tier competitive thing. It might be. I think it's like the thing is about Dragon Tribal deck is that I think it will depend on the meta itself, like whether the deck is good or not. Like, if there's a lot of farming in the meta, Dragon Tribal deck is great. If there's not a lot of farming in the meta, then who knows? And the thing is, like, this card is pretty much how to include there. It's just so good.
Yeah.
So that's why I rated it at 3, not 4, because it's just so meta dependent. Like the Dragon Tribal overall. This is why, like, other Dragon things I also rated at 3 mostly, some at 4.
It's fundamentally a meta call.
Yep.
And I think there will be enough fun, probably, to allow dragons to have some place.
But yeah, this card is great.
I think I give it a 3. Just because, I mean, at its base, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a Troublemaker, put it into play. Otherwise, put it in your hand. Isn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to sort of get the extra value off it if you've got a random dragon even seems fine. Seems good.
I really like that you get a choice. Like, if you don't reveal a Troublemaker, you still get a card. So it's pay 1 to draw from the 7 cards of your choice.
Yeah.
Or however many dragons you have. Alright, next.
Next up.
Hyper Beam.
So this reads banish stick and each copy that they have in their hand.
Of a degree, yes. Could be a desert road too.
Yep. I think, like, the hand reveal, like, even if you don't get an extra resource removal from it, the hand reveal is still pretty good. Because many purple decks that run Luna's Future right now don't usually use the other modes of Luna's Future. Like, definitely not BRB. BRB definitely can use the other mode of the Luna's Future. But if you don't, I think this card is the replacement. And I think it's better than Special Beam Cannon because of the 2 requirement, which is a big part.
Yeah. One quick question that I wanted to say. If I play this with no target,
You still get to see the hand, but you won't banish any resources from their hand, of course.
interesting. Okay. Yeah, I found when I was putting purple decks together that was pretty much an all-purpose replacement for Luna's Future most of the time, unless obviously Luna's Future was doing stuff for me. So yeah, it's a clean 4.
Yep, 4 for me as well.
I'm gonna put it 3 because I'm skeptical.
Many decks really wanted 2 purple rec. That's why I think it's really great. Okay, next card.
Nice card.
So this is the card that I referred to earlier, which basically says they don't confront the problem this turn.
Yep.
Because it at least gives Eccentric free, because it draws you 3 cards. But you probably don't have 0 cards in your hand, right?
Yeah, this is very much, I think, gotcha. That just like, yeah, no confront for you. Plus, I just drew 3 cards, and who doesn't like that?
Yeah. Seems pretty good.
Now, I do have it down as a
2.
About the pink, like it does like need to go in the Griffin deck if it's not, if you want it to be that.
Yeah, because the issue is there isn't like any generically good Griffins that I can think of.
Yeah.
There's not like, I'll just be running this Griffin. So if I just happen to, inside information can do this, it's like you literally have to be running the Griffin deck to get the second thing off, because there isn't just a Griffin that you'd run anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a shame.
So yeah,
But I'm biased, so it's a 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a 3 for you because you're Griffin.
Okay, next.
Next up, listen up. So this was another one that flew under the radar for me, and then I looked at it and I'm like, wait a second, this actually feels pretty powerful sometimes. Like +3 power is a lot to go on all your characters.
The issue is, though, orange-yellow.
Yeah, that's the thing for me as well.
So that's why I put it at 2, just because I don't think orange-yellow is a deck. And it's also 3, which is a fair cost. Even if it does just, like, help you confront and stuff.
Yeah, like, if you're playing aggro, you, like, to use this card, you usually want to have already things at problems, which means you already should have spent your AT on that as well.
Well,
Like,
that's
3 is a big enough.
because you played Treading Water and your stuff didn't go home face off.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, it's between 2 and 3 for me. I'm half convinced.
Yeah, it's 3 for me essentially just because I didn't have. The card is good enough that I'm willing to try it. And
Okay, next.
Um,
I think the art is adorable.
it's pretty good, yeah.
Other than the art, I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah. And like kind of as with so many of these cards, it comes down to, it's obviously only good in the Earth 20 deck. And I'm willing to give that deck 1 point of consideration to drag this card up to a 2, but not much more.
I think this card's biggest issue is that it says Baneface.
That too.
If it said immediate, I'd be putting this at 2, maybe 3. Because there's a lot of random Earth ponies that are good, And being able to one action token give +2 power is fine, but being able to one action token give +4 is pretty swish.
Yeah, I think it's a one of the few ones I have.
Yeah,
I
think it's a one.
I don't think like that's an event. Like I think that you'd rather use your deck slot on something else, something more impactful.
That's a fair play, yeah.
Next card,
Yep,
Power Play.
power play.
So
think
this
it's
is a card. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's good in Dragon Tribal. Free.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like this is the card that makes it possible to include what I was talking about earlier. That sort of secondary pile of dragons, like this aggro deck, and you say, okay, let's make orange my secondary color. Throw in some dragons. Throw in this, and now I've got the ability to just win a face off whenever I want to. I think that's this card enables that to work.
To be fair, I love that it's got chaos to flip an additional card. Just 4 and another one.
Yep.
The other seems like a solid, I don't know, 3.
Yeah, 3 for me.
I agree. Next.
Next up.
This is one of my favorite cards in the set. Because it's so simple, yet so many things you can do with it.
We already discussed that in length.
Yep.
The spoiler, yes.
Should I just say 4 and watch the archive?
Yeah.
So we don't just repeat ourselves, because we kind of discussed all the interesting applications for this previously.
Yeah. The only thing that I can add is that it's hard for me to. I get kind of stuck thinking of this card like building decks one day. It's good for control decks, and then the next day, right? I have to remember this card's good in aggro, and this card's it's good. 4.
Yep. Next.
I'm glad you're in agreement that this is a 1, unfortunately.
Yep.
As cool as it is.
I have for 6 draws. That's not bad. Cost. I don't see a deck that wants it anyway.
Yeah. So next card?
Yep.
This is another unfortunate one, because if it had immediate, it would be like a 2 or 3, but main phase, once again, is holding some cards back.
Oh yeah, it's main phase. I did not think of that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm changing Y to 1 as well.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah, next card.
Yeah, next. Okay, this one is not a 1. Not for me.
It's not a 1. That's true.
This one is interesting.
I think if you play Griffons, you play this card.
Yes.
That's
I'm putting this at 3 because I have faith in the Griffin deck, and this seems like an auto-include because it can hit enough things. And hit them twice.
Yeah. I didn't have quite enough faith in Griffin to throw this in, unfortunately. To 3. But 2 for sure.
So next card?
Yep. Again, I think yellow has better ways to deal with troublemakers. Even though it's a cool effect, like it's one of the few cards that do something with face down troublemakers. So 2 for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a 1, but I 100% respect the card and the fact that it's a rare, at rare, etc. And I think it's a cool card. I just don't think it's a good one.
Yeah. This feels almost like the sort of sane version of Fireworks, where it's actually helping you out, kind of. And it is certainly a big effect, but yeah, I'm willing to give it a 2. It is a big effect, but I don't know if it's necessarily great.
Fair. Next
Next card. They brought showdowns back, guys.
But they
They're
cost
not
2.
0 AT, yeah, like paying 2 AT? What's this? No, I think this card is good enough to see like in a Gauss kind of deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just play it and then do a face-off trick and then you banish a thing as well for 2 AT. Like it's kind of like UO, but with the restriction and for 2 AT and with more requirement. But I can still see that some decks might want it at like 1 or 2. So that's why I'm giving it a 2 and a little bit towards 3.
It's an activator for Daybreaker, and it's an activator for Gallus. But I already said my case about Daybreaker way back when the started. Yeah, I think Gallus has his own ways of starting face off and doesn't want to be blue-white for that matter.
That's fair.
What colors does it want to be?
Well, there's the Griffin deck, and I think he has a shot at like blue if you want to farm with him. And there's the Griffin deck's blue-pink. What else is
There's blue-purple, but I would splash white for this. And some other
maybe.
cards, like Reliving History.
Okay, well, I think it's just purple.
I'll give it 2 because it's a fun card that people will probably experiment with.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
This card seems good. I just don't know how good. Because, I mean, if the Pegasus deck exists, it's 1 to literally unsummon anything, which is not bad.
Kind of card that I felt
But
like
do you want to take the time to even do this, or are you going to be aggroing so hard that you just ignore this card?
Yeah.
It's
It's
like
tough.
many little questions. So I think I have to give it a 2. Yeah, let's go 2.
Yeah, to some extent, I feel like this is the card that yellow I've been. And similarly, because I think the Pegasus deck is great, kind of gets pulled up from a 2 to a 3 just based on that. Because it is, yeah, even aggro needs some kind of removal from time to time. This is, 1 AT, immediate speed, get rid of a thing, not get rid of a thing, get rid of a thing for the face off or whatever. Could be useful.
I just think that putting things back into hand is not strong enough of removal, especially since we have so many cards that do something and then they enter play. Like, you don't want to put Rutherford back, right? And there are many friends like that, which you... So, like, it not only does have, like, restriction to 2 and you have to have some Pegasus. Well, I guess you always have a Pegasus, so it doesn't matter as much. But still, there are a lot of friends that you don't actually want to put back into opponent's hand. That's why I give it a 2.
So next card?
Yep.
It's flash, like the Discord thing, it's flashy, it's fun, but it's a 1.
Encore in Harmony can be pretty nice.
Yeah, I've heard the discussions that apparently fun things happen in Harmony, but not so much in Core at the moment.
Yep. I honestly tried to break this, but I didn't find anything. Next card, it's a great card. Art speaking. A great song too.
It's a 1 though. Well, I guess it's a 2 because everyone's going to experiment with the 3-color stuff.
No, I think it's
Right.
a 1. I don't think like people. I don't think it's like. It doesn't have like interesting effects. It's like.
I guess nothing really stands out as being like, whoa.
yeah, I want to play this. So that's why I think it's 1. Like, in Friendship U, moving 3 friends is great, like, you definitely want to try that out. But moving 3 opposing friends here and some other effects just don't justify everything else.
Yeah, I guess so. It is a 1. Down.
It is a 1.
Next card.
Okay,
Resources.
resources.
The Shield. Is this a solid 3 because it could make decks good?
Yes, I think it's a 3.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't create a farming deck, at worst, it's a sort of a quote-unquote sideboard card, depending on meta.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, blue farming already exists and wants this, so there's that. And
I think
even
it's almost a 4.
it's close, yeah.
So next card?
Yep. Oh, look, it's Symbol.
Yeah, we mentioned this already. This is almost automatically the same rating as Tim. There are other things you can do with it, notably.
Like making Cloney combo better.
Yeah. One of my favorite things is if you have a deck that already generates, you can play this on a token and then move the whole crap. So, for example, like with a bodyguard deck, and then you can like move all the unicorns to a problem just by moving one of them.
I mean, you can only move 1 token though.
Sorry?
You can only move 1 token though.
Yeah, it's a token friend with the same name.
Oh, really? Is that how that
Yeah.
works?
Yeah, you can only move 1 friend with the same name.
Hmm.
But you can still create a Congo line with some.
I mean,
things.
yeah. You need a bunch of token copies of this resource.
Yeah, that's why it's rated Stygian high.
Well, that's a shame. Oh well. I mean, it's still a 4 because it's just tied to Timble, but I'm a little sad.
I'm gonna put it at. What did I put Timble at? Was it 3?
4.
4.
I think it's
Okay,
a
yeah,
4. I think it's a 4 not only because of Timble, but because you can't ignore the Cloney combo existence, and Cloney combo definitely runs this. It in fact makes the combo cheaper.
Yeah.
And is in fact why the cost restriction is there. Okay, next.
This seems like a solid 2 and move on.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I do want to like be sure because that is a little weird. Like when they pay AT to do a thing, that counts, right?
I think losing is a specific.
Yeah,
thing.
losing is not spending.
Spending action tokens and losing is very particular, I would guess.
Hmm.
Or at least that's how I interpret it. Because in my head,
Yeah, I'm
It's not-
pretty sure that's
like,
correct.
because if this read like, oh yeah, if your opponent just pays to play a card, you can exhaust it to get an action token, that'd be kind of crazy.
No, I think it would still not be crazy since like it's basically an
Well, no,
AT
not ridiculously good, but it'd be kind of like crazy to look at. But the fact that it specifically loses feels like it puts your opponent in this spot where they're like, well, I kind of want to spend all my tokens this turn, but I also wanted to save for X reason and things like that, and that's kind of what it's supposed to be doing.
Honestly, me learning that moves 1.
Pardon? you cut out.
Yeah, me learning that moves it to a 1.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
fair.
just like, it will be experimented with because it's cool, but I don't think it's particularly great.
Yeah, I'm at 2 as well. Next.
This is a 3 because it's a tech card.
We got to agree.
I think it's a 2 because Yeah, I guess it's good against farming, but
Yeah. It's basically farming counter.
but Applejack is not around anymore. Like, I know there's Rainbow Dash still, but
There's Rainbow Dash, there's Thorax, there's people are going to try Ocellus.
yeah, I get, like, if Ocellus is good, then I'm be convinced that this is a 3 or 4, but I don't know if Ocellus is gonna be good.
Fair enough.
So, a 2.
Next card.
Yep.
Alright.
This card's another card that's fun, but a 1. There's quite a few of those at rare in this set.
Yep.
Next.
This Vista Soul Journal is very fun, and they're both 1s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the card that generated, I think, the most buzz and attention despite being a 1.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that we already had a card like this.
Oh, that's true, yes.
Okay, next card.
That's alright.
It feels like a 2, but as I said originally, I just think it's too slow.
I agree.
Here I am with a 4.
Ooh.
And it's interesting because I still don't know about a deck, but it being so versatile and like going just as well into the blue control deck. Whenever I see this main phase repeatable move stuff, I'm getting flashbacks of Premiere and name kind of pick your poison of, well, it was essentially Ursa Vanquisher in those days. And I can't deny that I think some deck is going to find this and then make it effective.
My
Whether
main
it-
problem that it is not immediate. Like,
It is not immediate. It's true.
If it was immediate, this card would be a 5 and then banned.
that's fair.
It's like, oh, cool, you're trying to do something? I'm going to just, like, have 3 action tokens and you lose.
I don't disagree with you, but main phase make it so much worse for me that and the fact that it costs 380. Like, if it was 280,
Oof.
that would be better, but I'm giving it a 2.
We'll see.
Next card.
Yep.
I don't... Hmm.
I mean,
This one's a toughie.
yeah. The card is kind of an auto include into, and so it's kind of tied to however good you think the changeling deck's going to be.
I don't know if it's an auto include though, because while the power buff is nice, there could be other things you want to do.
It's 4 power for 180 though.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 6 because your Ocellus is going to be going up as well.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a 3.
Hmm.
3 and maybe 4.
I'm skeptic, but I still think I'd put it at 3 because 1 for +4 is good. But I'm between 2 and 3,
I see.
which is probably different from how you guys are with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically, as I said, I think I'm putting it at the same rank that I put Ocellus changelings.
Okay, next.
Okay, I know you've probably put this at 1 or 2, but I'm putting it at 4 because I'm biased. But I also think it's generally a good card.
I put it at 4 as well.
Yeah! Boo!
I think it's a great card. Like, it's a resource for 180 that if your opponent doesn't remove, it can get out of hand real quick. Because giving a permanent power to friends every turn is quite strong, and I can see this being like in orange decks. And especially it helps buff your Rock Hoop, which I think we also have quite different scores on.
We do have a disagreement on Rockhoof as well.
It's funny that both
I
cards
really
future.
like this card simply because there's an obvious main target for resource removal at this point, which is stick. This is another thing that kind of just reads you want to deal with me, because the incidental value turn after turn after turn it gives is genuinely pretty incredible. After 2-3 turns, you can turn your random 2-drop into a 5 power friend and stuff like that. And the fact that it's not like assigned to a friend, so it's not like your opponent can just be like, well, I'll dismiss the friend you've been buffing onto. It's like, cool, I'll just start putting Rockhoof Shovel's counters on something else. And so it kind of feels like a card that demands answers. And when there's already other resources that demand answers, just having more of them is nice.
Yep, and the biggest thing about it is it doesn't require you much of an investment. It's only 180.
It's 180. Who cares? And if they get rid of this instead of your stick, you've saved yourself 2 action tokens, so to speak, because they didn't dismiss your 3 cost.
They'll probably waste more AT on this than you will, and you'll still get some use of it because you can just, like, at the very worst, it's 1 power counter on a friend for 180, and they spent their resource removal
on it.
So the thing is, and this is the same argument, is that I'm just generally not predilected toward good if they manage to stick around 2 or 3 turns. Like, it's true that this is a resource that's resource dismissal is limited out there, but I really prefer cards that are good as soon as they enter, not cards that are getting amazing later.
I just think like that. I'll be happy if my opponent removes this and not my other resources.
Yeah, like that's kind of the way I look at it. The idea is that like this isn't a big target. It's either not a big target and thus you get the value from it not being dismissed, or it is a big target so your other stuff doesn't get hit. Both of those situations are just good.
All right, that's fair.
So next card, anyway?
Yep.
Nice turn. You may as well start again, Solving, because you're breaking a argument again.
What?
Cursed has it at 2 and I have it at 4, so you have to decide which one was.
I think this is very good, honestly, because I would pay 1 action token for a card that just says dismiss a troublemaker. And this is like really, really good at getting you out of troublemaker locked situations, because not only does it get rid of a troublemaker on a problem, it's then also the second problem for you to confront. So I think this is at least a 3, and maybe a 4 depending on meta. So I'm going to put it at 3 and be right in the middle of you just to annoy you.
Sure.
I think this is a better conning the con pony. The second ability here is completely irrelevant. It might as well not be there. But the first one is like conning the con pony does pretty much the same thing, but costs you 2. And like there are decks that would run conning the con pony, and especially then yellow sometimes hits the things, then they're blocked by 2 mimics or something like that. And when you're in a situation like this card can really shine, and I think that's one of the good yellow dilemmas. Yellow gets a lot of good dilemmas.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the reason why I say it's because I think there are better dilemmas out there. Has enough ways of dealing with troublemakers already. Even we all talk about yellow blue, and there are certainly yellow blue doesn't care about troublemakers at all anymore. I mean, this set itself has Meadowbrook in it, and you're blocked by 2 mimics, whatever. Just play Meadowbrook.
Yeah, I guess Meadowbrook's existence puts the scars back a little bit, but without Meadowbrook, you can put dilemmas instead of your ways to deal with troublemakers. And to be honest, like before Friends Forever, what were the best way for blue-yellow to deal with troublemakers? It was Pony Pirate and dilemmas, and that's it.
No, there was White Fluttershy, Pony Pirate, Shoeshine works, honestly. because it's immediate speed. Just do whatever you have to do to win the face-off.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you had the you had the other dilemmas, which are cheaper to confront.
Yeah, but then both problems are blocked. Those dilemmas won't help you unless you have two of them, which is why this makes the there was coning the con pony, and this is just better coning the con pony, and I think it will see play. So 4.
All right.
Next card.
Yep.
That's kind I think that's our last disagreement before Rocco.
Okay. So this long term is a 3 or 4 to me, but right now it's 2. Because long term it's like, oh sweet, there's just more cards that look at decks, there's more cards that do things with the discard, there's more cards that search. But right now I don't think that there's enough for me to put it at 3 because it's a tech card like the others.
Yeah, I think you're right, because in Harmony this is way better, so there are more
Oh my
cards
gosh,
that
in
do
Harmony
things.
this is hilarious and probably a 4.
Yeah, so that proves your point that the longer this will be, the more sets they get, the better it gets.
Yeah, the more
Because-
sets in the format, the better the card is. But right
Yeah.
now it's a 2-ish.
This
Next
might be a good sign that we're going to get stuff in the future. That'd be good.
I agree.
So next card.
Yep.
This card's adorable in a 1. Next.
Another one.
How many of those have we had? We've had so many adorable cards that are 1s.
I think it's good that I have them. I think...
Oh yeah, I love cards that are just cool cards but bad. A card lives off that because casual play exists.
I've seen people use this in draft. That was fun.
Oof. Sounds spicy.
Yes, it was. But yeah, I don't think we have much to say about this.
Yeah, the card's fun. It's a little sad, unfortunate, that Star Scrolls.
I hope someone breaks it, makes it a 5, and gets it banned. But I just know that's not going to happen.
Okay, next. Now this is my first 5, and it's
This
one of
feels
the
like
two
a
5s.
5, and it feels like it earns a 5. Because this is a card that makes you want to run more resource removal, because it's literally it's a 2-power friend, but it's a resource. So you kind of want to run resource removal so that you can have your removal actually deny people colors, because denying colors is strong.
So I think this is a 5 because this fits into my definition of meta defining, because the sole existence of this card, and especially if it's in the meta, is pushing the entire main character away. Basically, main character, it's Tempest and Grubber. If this card is in the meta, people will really think if they want to run Tempest as their main, or they want to play something else. And the fact that this card is good outside of that, you can discard it with some other way, through the hand limiter. Paying 1 for 2 rec is not that bad. People will run it, and I see people run it, so I think it's a meta-defining card. So a 5.
I have it at 4. Based on sort of the experience of trying and seeing that, I encountered a couple of decks that didn't want to run it just because 2 wasn't always enough, basically. If you've got your confront to flip or then sometimes barrel or speech is just better because it's got 3 and you enable yourself access to more powerful stuff. And it's very true that this goes in the meta all the time if by a good margin. But I don't think it's necessarily going to be all over the place. It's going to be a little bit more selective.
I don't disagree with you, but I think it does define the meta.
Yeah, but we have a slightly different opinion on what makes a 5.
Yes. Okay, next card.
Next card.
It's Angel Wings, but not.
But a dilemma. It seems super interesting. I don't know if it's better than the current blue dilemmas, but I feel like it is just because you kind of get your tokens back for it, so you kind of play it for free, which is like pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like a 3, maybe 4.
I think it's in the mix with the blue
Yeah.
dilemmas, which is kind of what we've always said. Like some decks value Buckball more because they just care about points, and some decks care about T-Rex more because the meta says there are stuff on the other side that you want to frighten, and it's like I don't think this is a clear standout over any of them. It's just going to come down to which deck want which things.
Mm-hmm.
I think what really sets it back is the 6 requirement.
That is fair as well.
Yeah, if it was 5, I could be like, dude, this is amazing. You pay 2, and then you leave up your hasty friend, and you move your Bluna here after you've confronted already, and it's like...
Yeah, like 6
But...
is... Like, what is 5?
6 is a little
5
too
is
high.
5 is your main character plus a 2-power friend. But 6 doesn't work that way. 6 is one more, which is hard. Like, difference between 6 and 5, I think, is tremendous.
Mm-hmm. 6 is easy, basically, if you have a stick, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Next card?
Yep.
Chancellor
Troublemakers.
Mace.
1.
Troublemaker time. He's a 1. He's going to be good. No, he's not even going to be that good in the limited because you're going to just have random traits everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's whatever, but it's a perfectly fine bit of card design. It's just not. It's not a powerful card.
Mm-hmm. And I like the flavor.
Unless the tribal decks become the meta, then you'll still probably run something else rather than this having 6 power.
Yeah, I mean, he's still going to be a 0.6, which there's a better one of those coming up.
Yeah, with
I
one
would
bonus.
run Mimics instead.
Well, yeah, that too.
But yeah, I like the flavor. That's my favorite part about this card.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
This is strong.
This is 6 power for 1 point, just like the previous one, except way better.
Except it has an upside.
Yes.
Then again, it's also a super rare, so trying to compare them properly is not really that fair. But yeah, this seems really strong. Don't know if it has a deck that wants it, but I will still put it at 3.
I would say Dragon Tribal wants it. Or, like, I don't know, I can see this card in Troublemaker control decks. This is a really good Troublemaker for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is like really tough. I like when you put the Troublemaker control decks together. There's Mimics. I'm still of the opinion that you want one way to make your Troublemakers resistant to the farm and like have an Epic in there somewhere, and so you want that. And so that's kind of the reason why I throw this. I think like later on, once Mimics rotates out, this is a 4 for control.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I think comparing to
Once
Mimics...
a few of the random staples go, there's probably not going to be staples that can top this, because it seems really strong.
Yeah, I think comparing to Mimics is not very fair, because Mimics are just crazy good. Like, I don't think we should get as powerful Troublemakers as Mimics.
No.
So it's a good thing that it's not Mimics.
Unless it has but points 15, then it's fine. If it gets beat, you lose.
I'm gonna challenge it with Pipsqueak.
It should also read, if you control this card, you get 0 points because meh.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
Mulwell feels like a 2 because it has like minor application, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, basically
it's like an experimentation card.
It's basically for the same reason I was just talking about. Somewhat resistant to farming, and so I think there's some potential for it.
I'm not convinced. I think it's a 1. I mean, 0 points for 5 is fine, but Like, not against farming, they'll probably always challenge it anyway, and you have like way better troublemakers for that. Like Mimics, but I guess that's not a fair thing. Like Cozy Glow. Let's compare it to Cozy Glow. But against farming, they can just play an epic. If this didn't let them play troublemakers like Squeezer or like a Remaspi, that would be so much better.
Yeah, you have to pair it with upper crust, and then it's kind of okay-ish. That turns it into an epic. But yeah.
Yeah.
So next card.
Mm-hmm.
I fear for the guy that somehow got I fear for everyone who played against the guy that somehow got 6 of this in the pre-release. Otherwise, it's a 1.
The fun part about pre-release is that they count the opponent's ones too.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Imagine the game where there's 4 of them out.
I mean, you could,
anything.
there could be more than that. You know, if you're willing to start doing
Dilemmas and putting them on top.
Stormcaller to make token copies and.
Oh. But yeah, like it's a cute but bad card.
No, it's a win.
Okay, next. 1.
That is a scary bird.
It is. It almost.
It's gonna come up and get rid of your stuff. Bang. Otherwise, it's just not good. It's just too much.
And it gives them a point. It's 0 points. I would think like it's a 2, but
Yeah.
1 point is just too much. And 3, it's like we have Garble, and that never saw play.
Pretty much, yeah.
So next card.
Yep. Another one.
Another one.
Another
It's a
one.
good card.
It's yet another. It's a fun card, but it's just not good.
I appreciate it being around. Nice flavor, applause, but in terms of actual troublemaker, much better. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, love this card. 1.
And the fact that they can name problem
Or main
or
character.
main character to make it so that they lose on purpose with this, just if they want that for some reason, is like, oh.
Maybe they want that to score a point or get diligent. Okay, to the problems.
Yep.
Problems. The end is in sight.
The end is in sight. It's neat, but I think it requires too much setup. 2?
It's from 1 to 2 for me because I'm not sure if any decks wants to run this. If you are playing Troublemaker Control like Dragon Tribe or something, you don't run this card because it's 5 has 5 on the other side. And if you're playing aggro, well, I guess like in Orange aggro it's good, but the ability does nothing for you.
Yeah, it's the weird thing about all of these problems. Like all of these 4/5s, you need to say, okay, well, aggro will use it, so it's at least something there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2 for me as well.
Next card?
Yep.
This is like every yellow deck's running 2 of it, right?
Yep, this is a 4 because it's a good aggro card and it's really annoying and people always forget about it.
Yeah. Like, it reminds me of an old Premiere problem that's just like, stuff with power 3 or greater can't contribute to it. And it was 2-2 on your side and 5 on theirs. And the thing I loved about that was that they always had to be playing 3 friends to it at least, because they could only contribute 2, 2, and 2 to get to 6. Like, it's in the most efficient way. Whereas you could always just do it with 2, because you obviously had a 2-power and a 2-power that's not yellow. And this harkens back to it, and I think it's just a good version of it. A very solid version of the card.
Now this allows yellow, I think, to have a really final. This card is the final cap in that allows to have one of the best problem decks I think the core has ever had. Like the problems for aggro are so good right now. You can
Mhm.
have high bonuses across the board. It's like there is no such thing as a problem it's not want to see, or sorry, wants to see. They're just all good.
Mhm.
Agreed.
Next card.
Yep.
I have no idea if this is too conditional or if it's really good.
I think it's a good card for any white aggro. Like if you're playing white aggro, you definitely use this card because of the bonus too. And the second thing, it helps you win face-offs. So 4 from me.
I'm going to go with 3 because I'm still skeptical on how nice the effect is.
Yeah, it's a good point. I like had
Because it's not opposing characters. If it was opposing characters, I'd put it at 4 as well. But the fact that you can be like, oh wait, I haven't slightly buffed any of my team, so I have 3 power here because of my one card that does
So
it.
you play
It's
it
like,
in a Celos aggro.
yeah. Me going at a 3 versus a 4 is basically just our blue and yellow are going to be better than white at doing aggro.
Yeah, that's fair.
So next one.
Yep. 5?
Yeah, I think this is a 5 that you don't even need to say anything about. It's just obvious,
Yeah.
isn't it? Like we've been ranting about having something at least similar to this for ages. So cool, it's here now. It's a 5 next.
It's
Sure.
definitely meta-defining.
Across both of our definitions, yeah. There are just so many mains out there that are suddenly viable again.
I can confront to flip. That's it. That's basically how it reads.
Yeah, and the great thing about it is that like, if you're running an aggro deck, you're okay with putting 2 of this in. You're totally fine with seeing this later.
Yeah, why not? It's 6 on the other side, which is not small, and 4 on your side, which is small.
It's the perfect stats. It's like small enough for you, big enough for them.
So next one.
Yep. So if unicorn aggro is a thing, this goes there.
I was about to say, like, this seems like a perfectly fine purple aggro type card because it's easy for you to confront and it gives you card selection, which is fine. And if you're like, man, I really don't need that resource removal, you can just bottom it. And like, yeah, I feel like it's a solid 2 at worst. And then like 3 if the deck's good. So I'm gonna say 2 because I don't even know if the deck's good.
Yep.
Somehow I forgot about unicorn aggro when I wrote that one down. It's a 2.
I agree. The effect is really strong, but if this wasn't a control card, like if the stats were control, it'll be a 4 right away.
Yeah.
Like imagine this at, I don't know, 8 and 10. That'll be great.
With bonus 1 or 0.
Yeah.
I think we don't need any more of those.
Maybe not.
Next.
Next.
No problem deck has been set in stone for. Yeah, go ahead.
This is adorable. You get to +1 at the start of the game. I think it's a 2 because I think the fact it's 8/8 is just like what's the term? The straw that breaks the camel's back for any deck because it's just too big.
Mm-hmm.
The 8/8 is just going to keep people out of using it.
It's basically in for Silverstrain to give her opponent a problem that they can't confront, and thus give her an obvious choice of moving to the other one. But I think like there are better problems for her to do, like second chance, for example.
Yeah, I'll change mine to 2. I had it as 3 initially, but since we're talking only about core, in core, yeah, this is a 2. But in harmony, I'm quite convinced that this is the problem you, if not always, at least often use with vinyl. Because with vinyl is just way better than any other problem. Especially in vinyl combo, because many combo decks run that main for obvious reasons. And I know you don't consider combo cursed, but it's there, it exists. It's not going anywhere, and this is the problem it runs. with vinyl.
Well, thanks for everyone. Yeah. Well, for you.
So next card.
Yep.
I mean, I just read it and I was like, okay, so it's a vanilla problem, but it's only 4 to confront and it has bonus 2.
It's not vanilla, you have agile, so you can move any other thing, like anything there, to the other problem for 2 AT or maybe less. Which basically lets you confront the other problem for...
But I was more saying, like, I mean, it would be good even if it didn't have those words.
Yes, I agree.
Like, it's a 3 without those words, and I think because of the minor applications that has, and to be fair, because it gives anything agile, it's probably a pretty big application. It's probably a 4.
I think it's a 4 because this is the... Like, in core, blue was quite lacking these problems that are low to confront and high bonus. So I think it's a 4 even without the text.
The high bonus definitely does help. Actually, yeah, it's enough. Again, because it goes in all the blue decks. I think I need to bump it to a 4 again.
Yeah, like, I think if you're running blue aggro, you use this problem no matter what.
So next one?
Sorry, did you say 4 something or 3?
4.
4.
Next one?
Next one.
See, if this was a controlling problem with the big numbers, I would be like, this instantly goes into party of 1, because you always have the highest character power when you're the only one with friends. But the fact that it's like seems to be a more aggro card makes me skeptical. Feels like a 2 or a 3, but I think because Pink's not famous for having the biggest friends, is my issue.
I give it a 3 because blue, like, pink aggro decks exists, and even without the text, the stat line is good enough for it to see play.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's 3 just because stat line, like, and pink aggro isn't bad. We already know this. But yeah.
Yeah, but I'm keeping it at 2. I think has a good enough problem deck.
Fair enough.
Maybe it goes in.
Next card.
Next
Alrighty, ultra rares.
He's a big dude.
This is the best card with agile, I think.
It is the best card with agile, but I still
And
give
that
it a
also
3.
that also makes use of agile and everything. Like, good. I think it's a 4 because like people are already kind of ready to deal with frightening thanks to Stick, so I don't think I can put it at 5 because it's like just because he exists, no one's going to be changing how they do things.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's just a 4 because I think he's going to get played a lot.
I think he's a 3 because he's just so expensive. Like,
Yeah,
Then-
that's fair.
the investment you have to make use of him is just so high. Like, in aggro, it's just, you need to pay at least, 5 AT to make any use of him. Well, I guess you pay 4 for a 4 friend, but that's such a big tempo loss.
I don't know. I think for like people paid 4 for Thunderlane, and it's true Thunderlane's better. Like you do get more value because you only pay the 4 once, and then you just pay counters after that. But like by the definition of cards, I think everyone's thinking about is like I think it's too much value for people to not find a way. And in some deck where this works, the opponent hates it.
So, you see, the problem with this is that he costs a lot, and to make any use of him, he needs to stick around, and with the amount of removal we have now, I guess it's okay in blue-yellow where you have Fluttershy, which gives everyone persistent.
Wait, did you just give a card that needs to stay around for multiple turns a 5 when you don't like Shovel?
This doesn't need
Wow.
to multiple turns. Like, yeah.
But it totally does to make any use of it. Like, why would you
Unless you're
move him?
doing nothing for multiple turns to then be like, I have 12 action tokens, let's destroy the world. You need this to stick around for more than one turn.
You do not have to use the Frighten. you can just use it as a 4 power swift action.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm not convinced enough. So 3, but those are fair points. See. Okay, next card.
So am I going to be arguing 4 with Hithrock here? I haven't checked the spreadsheet for this.
I am 4, yeah.
I mean, it's the same discussion we had about Rocket Shovel, basically.
Yeah.
Except, wait, did I give that a 1? I did give.
You give it a 2, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it is literally the same discussion then.
Oh, you the shovel you give 1 to shovel. So yeah, here you give a 2, so it's a little bit better than
Oh,
shovel.
okay. There you go.
So my point is, unlike Flash Magnus, this card pretty much doesn't require you to have any
investment.
It's
It's
just
1-for-1 with 1 requirement.
yes.
There
and
you go.
with the flipped main, it gets at least to the 4 power. So you get eventually after 2 turns, you'll get 4 power friend for 1 AT. And if they remove it, that's fine. They just wasted their removal on the 1 AT friend. Like, okay, whatever. I just lose 1 AT from this.
It's immune to stick.
It's immune to stick and any other fright effect, so the power counters are not going anywhere. And like, if you have a way to get for at least temporary 5 power friend, he'll get to 8, which is crazy. That's
the thing is, like, so Flash is a huge investment, but if they have to get rid of it on that turn, or else it's going to do things. Whereas this is a low investment, but if I'm the opponent, I can afford to feel like I have to do anything about it, and that's the only thing.
You see, I'm going to play a small game of rock, paper, scissors here. Flash can't do anything about this guy.
Yeah, I wanted to say that as well.
So you're going to sit there, pay a load of action tokens for your Flash, and I will have sat there and made Rockcuff big and have invested 1 action token into him.
It also counts
and your
for...
Flash won't stop my thing, and also, in theory, slowly just get more value because he'll end up at like 8 power because my deck's probably built around the idea of him getting to 8.
And like, your opponent can play something that will bring him to 8. Like if they have Ocellus or something else. Or Thunderlane.
Oh, it's totally
any
possible.
Characters.
I'll certainly admit it's totally possible.
No, I think it's a 4. I think we'll see this card in orange decks.
I don't know. Okay, so here's, I mean, the other question.
I think we lost him.
You cut out. We can't hear your other question.
Sorry, which deck? Like, part of the 2 is that I don't see an orange deck for this to go.
Okay, Troublemaker control with Smolder, or even without Smolder, like just a Troublemaker control with dragons. You put this there because you don't waste any effort on it, like you don't have to decide, oh, do I want to start confronting problems, or do I want to control my opponent? Because it's just 1 AT, you pay this 1 AT and you keep doing your thing. And eventually it will just confront the problems on its own, with your main character or whatever. So like in aggro deck, you can put this there as well, because it just will get pretty big, and having big power in an aggro is quite nice. In Ocellus deck, this is a friend that will always have a power higher than it cost, except the turn you played it in. So I think there's a lot of application to him, both in control, aggro, or whatever orange deck you're playing, really. Except farming, I guess he's not. Even in farming, he can farm problems on his own. I mean, Troublemakers.
He can farm pretty well because you just play him early and then he incidentally becomes a thing that doesn't get frightened by villains and just punches things fairly easy, etc.
So here's the thing. In, let me see here. In Defenders, there's a card called Wonderbolt's Run, which was a 1-cost card that was guaranteed to get you some power later down the line. Didn't see any play.
How many Pegasus was giving that to you? 3 or 5?
5.
5.
So after 5 turns, you can get 5 power.
Yes.
After 3 turns, you can get 8.
Here you get
Seems
1
a
power immediately, then you get 2 power the next turn, and then you get 4 power after 3 turns. And
Yeah,
you
like
get...
this is like a ridiculously fast version of that card. If you want to
Yes.
make the comparison, like this does that, but so fast, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
And
because...
then it has Frighten immunity, which the resource, once it makes the things, like which is a lot later, you don't actually get anything from it until it starts making, when it makes the things in one go. Those things are also dies to Frighten completely. Like, yeah.
Okay. I agree. Well, I can't say that I agree with you. I think about, and we'll see.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm staking my flag upon this hill. See when the
Next card,
Yep.
next card.
Somnambula, Pillar of Hope. I love this card. It's hilarious.
It's very fun with Apple Bloom, which disables abilities temporarily. Oh, you see my hand, now you don't, now you do. Do you guys have anything to say about it?
Yeah, and I think there's definitely a deck out there. The Silverstream deck, perhaps. Even Skystar might have a time with it. But she's not like obviously great enough to get a 4, so I'd give her a 3.
Yeah, I agree with that reasoning. As much as I like the reveal hand effects, like I loved Ballooniculaurs, it's one of my favorite cards. I don't think she's like good enough. So 3 for me.
Tell me.
Is he with us? No, he isn't anymore.
He'll be back. There we go.
Yeah, it's a 3. Sort of boundary on 2 because I don't know, like, because it obviously requires a metagame where you know what you want to name. Most of the times, it's like, well, I know my opponent's deck is X high percentage card type.
I mean, you can probably guess, like, if you see purple control, you probably name events. If you see aggro, like blue aggro or something, you name friends. Like, I think it's quite an easy call.
You could name troublemakers if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Troublemakers or offense, one of the two.
Next.
Next up.
2, because he's not great, but everyone will try it, myself included.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I really, really want this card to be good.
Yes.
But I obviously can't give it more than 2 because it doesn't do anything when you play it.
Which is sad.
I can't give it more than 2. Like, it's basically bad for me, not because it doesn't do anything, which is still a good point, but for the same reason I rated Flash Magnus low. The investment is just so high. Like, when the card has abilities like this, his like 4 power is not relevant, so he might as well be lower cost, lower power. And he is not, so I'll still try him because he looks so fun. So 2.
If you hadn't heard me say that already, hadn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Next.
Mistmane.
I'm still on the fence with this because
4.
giving your opponent stuff.
In my experience of trying, she seemed just like a general purpose add in like I have a control deck. Just throw in a couple of missed mains. Well, give me some recursion, give me some points.
Okay,
She
so
kind of.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
Well, yeah, she actually muscled out Photo Finish and Changeling Throne just because, yeah, she works as a win condition. It's fine.
So my take on her is this. First of all, I think purple white unicorn control definitely exists, and wow, look, it's a unicorn which is white, and it has recursion. And you know what else purple has? Magical misfire, so you can actually mitigate her drawback. And she scores you a point, which is great for control, since you're not going to have much points due to not doing double stuff. So it's basically a photo finish in that kind of way. And it's a recursion for your events, so you can play your portals even more times. That's one thing why I give her 4, because she's quite applicable in many control decks, especially the ones that run purple. The second thing is combo. I'll stop here.
No, it's fine.
Also, a question I have about the card is, do you reveal what cards you want to return at the same time?
So,
Or-
you make your choices first, and then your opponent makes their choice.
Because I'm like, can you just be like, well, I have a Party of One engrave. Am I going to pick it? And sort of bait out the idea of them maybe picking a friend when you can just be like removal for it, etc. Seems like a interesting chicken game, but I guess not if you reveal what you're picking first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next card?
Sorry, did you say 4, Tommy?
Yeah, I said 4, sorry. Please.
Excellent.
Middlebrook. Again, doesn't fit my definition of meta defining, but still really good so far.
Right. I think that's the reason why you didn't give it a 5.
Yes. Yes. That's fair.
Also, like, I keep thinking this card's okay because for some reason my brain reads it as 5, 5, 3. So it's 5 power, 5 cost, 3 requirement, but it's 3, so it's like, yeah, 4. At
That might
least.
be a little fairer.
Yeah. Like, I keep reading it as a much fairer card, but no, it just costs 3, don't worry about it. It's not. This card's crazy.
BRB might run this
The
instead
only
of
reason it
West
could
of
be
Pieces.
better is if it was a flippin' Pegasus. Just to, like, rub it in your face.
No.
This is one of the non-Pegasus. Without question.
Yeah. It's an easy 4.
Also a quite boring card, to be honest.
Yeah, there's not a lot to say about it. It just goes, and that's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mhm.
You did it.
It's one of those cards that's just obviously amazing.
Okay, next. To the Tricorns.
3 for this one.
Agreed.
Also free.
Okay.
I don't think you have much to say here.
Because it's in the color that can get it out easy anyway.
Yeah. She's going to come out that way, and it's good enough to make that deck work, but it's great. So 3.
Okay, Twilight.
2, just because I don't think it has a deck and it's not got white, so you can't be like, well, I'm just cheating it into play. Even if once it hits the board, it's crazy.
You can still cheat it into play with white. You don't have to play these 3 colors.
I guess, but it's a bit it feels a bit wonky to do that, I guess.
I also want to point out that she's in all 3 colors that have AT gens. So you can play all the AT gens. But yeah, it's free for me.
You can start confronting problems even with your cover-to-covers.
Yes. No.
Yeah. I think this goes specifically in the Flash Sentry, and that's like enough to make it a 3. And that deck's like okay-ish, but it's not good and it's not actually great.
Okay,
Next card.
next. We're almost there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a great card. I love it, so I give it a 2.
I
That's fair.
think it's a 3 because if you can build a deck dedicated around it to just be like, okay, I'm going to gain 8 billion action tokens, then I'm going to play School Shutdown. And it's like, I have 20 action tokens, you have 0. Go. Like, that situation to me doesn't seem too far-fetched with the action token generation we have in core. So I feel like 3 is a place to put it.
Yeah, I will agree. Like, I did put it at 2, but I think it's somewhere between 2 and 3. More to... it's somewhere in between. Because this is like the reset the game kind of card, which you sometimes want to play when things get out of hand. Like,
And heck, if you splash orange, you can start making them discard cards. So not only do they
Yes.
have not many action tokens, they also have no cards in hand, so you're just there like...
Also,
Did I win?
fun interaction with the bats. No one leaves play on your side. But
That's
but-
such a weird one, but yeah.
But yeah, the thing is, like, this is kind of like Patio 1. Like, you play Patio 1 when things get out of hand and you want to clear opponent's board, and this is a card that does pretty much that, but in single color for 1 more AT.
And you don't get to keep one of your things.
Well, yeah, it's...
Don't forget
it's-
about that. Party of 1 keeps one of yours because it's a party of 1.
This is Patio of 0.
Yep, no one's allowed. No one's allowed in.
Well,
Apparently all the problems are at
down.
school now.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I have this down at 1 just because it seemed like it seemed like the perfect super flashy event that actually does nothing, but it's a good point.
Don't you think people will at least experiment with it? Like, I think some decks will try to at least include one off.
It's possible. I mean, I'm not looking at it as a maybe, honestly, maybe. I mean, this is kind of like the purple. It's not exactly the purple Catajack.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still between 2 and 3, maybe even more to 3 side, maybe split,
Mhm.
but not a 1. Okay,
Next.
next card.
Last card.
Pony
So
of
the final
Shadows.
card, Pony of Shadows.
So I think you and I
I'm
again.
between 3 and 4 here myself. What are you
Ah.
guys on? 5 and 4? Ooh.
I think
Explain yourselves.
I believe Hitdog is just a question of semantics again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not, because I don't consider it meta defining. But it's a really good card.
Yeah. Basically, I find myself putting this in decks that I control, even like mid range and stuff. Just because if you're playing a tribal deck, you don't really care any of your friends come out as good. And if like it's just a great all around troublemaker.
Mm-hmm. Like, you put this in any troublemaker control deck you have, probably. Because it's a high-powered troublemaker for only 1 point, which is great. And it gets you some free stuff if they defeat it.
Mhm.
And outside of troublemaker control, you probably, like... You know what, like, you put your friends in your deck, you probably want them in play, right? Oh, I know, I think it's a great card. We'll see a lot of play. We'll see a lot of it, that's what my take on it.
Okay.
Consistent
I'll-
top tier play, that fits my definition perfectly.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 after what you've said.
I can use it to get my flash out for 1 and make you all look like a bunch of dummies.
To be fair, I still want to play this card in a deck where you have literally like 3 copies of one friend. To just be like,
Now we're
Is this
talking
one?
combo.
but I don't know what that one friend would even be.
Catajack.
Okay.
That's okay.
Or Twilight and Rarity exposed, so he keeps
The issue with
coming back.
Catajack is, isn't Catajack specifically when you play this card?
No, it with an Nintendo's play.
Oh wait, yeah, it can be portaled. I forget that. It's something else that's specifically that. But yeah, okay, cool. That seems funny.
Okay, that's, I guess,
That's-
everything.
That sounds forever. Yeah?
Only took us 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Woo.
That is shorter than Sim did it, right?
Yeah, but they had 5 people, so let's be fair here.
That's true. But yeah, that is the whole set. I think we're all probably eager to be off.
Yes, I definitely need to eat food, but I guess I have something to announce first.
Go ahead.
So, issues with me being able to do something like this. My playgroup has basically stopped playing the game for a year, and they've officially started playing Keyforge. Would advise Keyforge. It cost me £9 to get into the game, and technically speaking, I don't ever have to spend more money on it because of how it works, and it's fun. So I'm basically going to get more and more detached from the game as time goes on because I'm just not playing it. So I'm going to just sort of bury the hatchet here. If you guys ever need someone who just sort of an outsider's perspective of someone who's played the game before and plays other card games, and you really need someone to jump in, don't worry about it. You can ask me. I'll be up for it unless I'm busy. I'll definitely be back to see the results of this, because I bet I've done terribly, because as I said, I'm a bit detached from the game as it is right now, because all I have is reading tournament statistics, not actually playing it. So unfortunately, this is goodbye to Meticulous Talks for me, and soon it'll be goodbye for Solving Problems. If you want to know what I'll be doing in the future, I'll be making an update on Solving Problems, saying what I'll be doing, because I still want to create things, because I'm a creative person, but I will be doing it elsewhere, and it'll all be in the update in the New Year's, because new start, new year. Thank you for your time and for coming to the streams.
Well, we'd like to thank you very much for donating your time as well. You were one of the founding members, we know, and I know I was really thankful to you for agreeing to this stupid idea 2 years
It's
ago.
been fun. It's been very fun. Gotta admit, I think my favorite stream is when we talked about all the in beta cards and how they worked and how certain things would be completely ridiculous. That was so fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to hear that your group doesn't play anymore.
It's not too bad. Keyforge is fun, as I said.
But it doesn't have Trixie.
I'm okay with that. My friend, because the decks are pre-named by how the game works, has a woman that may contain carpentry as a deck name. That's the best thing ever. Yeah.
Well, anyway, we're sad to hear you go, but wish you the best of luck in future efforts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, that should be the end of our stream. We're obviously going to have this uploaded and our ratings spreadsheet up on Reddit soon enough. And in the meantime, I've been Kersey.
I've been Solving Problems.
Hifrock.
Merry Christmas!
And
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
New Year.
Happy holidays, yada, yada, yada. It is, yeah.
And those two will see you in a fortnight. I have to say it because I'm British.
Yeah.
See ya.